Chapter 1398. Lu Yin's current domain had far surpassed the strength of the Invisible Light's domain back in the Golden Ocean. The reason why he couldn't predict attacks was because he hadn't cultivated it. Predicting an attack isn't as mystical as divination, but it's also not as difficult as others think. Of course, this is based on the premise that you've cultivated your domain enough, and you also need to have an extremely exquisite control over your domain and star energy. Guoshanjin earnestly taught Lu Yin how to cultivate his domain. The direction of training in predicting attacks was like a piece of paper. It was easy to pierce through it, but it was very difficult to see clearly before that happened. Lu Yin followed Guoshan's instructions and spread his domain across the ground. Every inch, every part and even every corner was completely spread out, no longer releasing his domain like before. That release seemed to allow him to control all changes within his domain, but it was only a general direction. Now he wanted to treat his domain as a part of his body. Just like that. Yes, spread it out and completely see all changes within the domain's range. Visualize all the changes within the domain's range in your mind. You have to speculate and guess at the same time. There's a pattern to this. Yes. Guoshan began and Sun Sun guided him. Over the next few days Lu Yin followed Guoshan in his cultivation. It was impossible for one's domain to reach the level of predicting attacks, but Lu Yin's domain was already very strong to begin with. When it shrank completely he could roughly predict some movements. For example, he could clearly see which direction a bug would crawl in or which leg it would take. With his mastery of the Plan Secret Art, the Use Secret Art and various other techniques, reaching the level of a domain's ability to predict attacks didn't have much of an effect on his battle prowess. The only thing that attracted Lu Yin's attention was the Void God Realm. It was a method of using one's domain like a secret technique, but it didn't have the same restrictions as a secret technique. Guoshan looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Draw that bird's flight path. Lu Yin raised a hand and used his star energy to draw a trajectory. Guoshan blinked. Barely passed. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you. Guoshan was speechless. What kind of person was this? No matter how talented someone was, even if they grasped the correct method, it would still take them years to reach the level of predicting attacks. The average person might not even be able to grasp it after decades or centuries, and some people might not even be able to grasp it in their entire lives. But this kid had grasped it in just a few days. You've already grasped the basics of predicting attacks. Next you can cultivate spirit form, Guoshan said. Lu Yin looked forward to it. How far can one reach the void spirit stage? Guoshan rolled his eyes. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Even I haven't reached the empty spirit realm yet. In the entire starry sky tree, the number of domain experts who have reached the empty spirit realm can be counted on one hand. They're all experts above the star emissary realm. Don't even think about it before you become an emissary. Lu Yin nodded. As if he felt that he wasn't being clear enough, Guoshan continued. Let me tell you, the difficulty of cultivating to the empty God realm is one aspect. Another aspect is the strength of your body and your ability to adapt to this part of the universe. Do you think that you can unscrupulously strip away the void after cultivating your domain to the empty God realm? In theory that's true, but stripping the void puts a lot of pressure on one's body, especially if one wants to teleport through the void. It requires a very high physical strength and I haven't reached that level yet. Lu Yin nodded. He had absolute confidence in this aspect. Are we going to cultivate here? Lu Yin asked. Although he wasn't in a hurry to complete the mission, he couldn't stay here forever. The trip to the ruler's realm was coming soon, and he had to find a way to participate. Otherwise, he would have participated in the sovereign tournament for nothing. Guoshan replied, the mission is complete. We have some time off. Lu Yin was stunned. Completed? Guoshan replied, our mission was to attract the attention of the Flying Armor Army. You did well. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The mission started the moment I entered the Flying Armor Pass. You're also completing your mission by bringing me around the pass. Guoshan nodded. It's good that you know. You don't have to say it out loud. Lu Yin looked at the Flying Armor Pass. It looks like there aren't any redbacks or spies here. Otherwise it wouldn't be so peaceful. That's for the best. If there aren't any traitors among the humans, then we wouldn't be stuck here. The battlefield at the back of the Mother Tree is a place that many commoners dream of, Guoshan sighed. Lu Yin asked, is the battlefield at the back of the Mother Tree very intense? Guoshan recalled, It wasn't that intense at first, and it could even be considered a training ground for many people. However, about 2 years ago it completely changed. Those monsters were endless, and no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't kill them all. That group of people who went there for training all died, and our humble class began to reorganize from that time onwards. The number of redbacks and spies among the humans increased explosively, and we couldn't catch them all no matter how hard we tried. More than a year ago, close to 2 years ago, Lu Yin's heart trembled. Wasn't that the end of the competition between the 5 scions of the stars? Right, he had been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance at that time, and the Neoverse had undergone a huge change. A horizontal black hole had appeared in the entire universe, isolating those monsters. That horizontal black hole had extended from the Neoverse to the Starfall Sea, and then to the 6th mainland under the Hui ancestors' arrangements. But what did that have to do with the astral tree? Lu Yin thought about it for a moment, and a light bulb went off in his head. The upper 3 gates. That's right, the upper 3 gates. The horizontal black hole had isolated the Starfall Sea from the outside world, which meant that the Starfall Sea was filled with monsters. The upper 3 gates were also there. The Sea King had been able to break through the upper 3 gates and cause the heavens to change, so those monsters could naturally do the same. After all, they were the mortal enemies of humanity. This meant that Lu Yin's guess had been correct. This was the world behind the upper 3 gates. Because of that huge change, the monsters had poured into this part of the universe through the upper 3 gates, and the entrance was behind the mother tree. Lu Yin suddenly understood why there were 3 gates. The 3 gates might have been the gateway that separated the 5th and 6th mainlands from each other, but there was also a possibility that they were related to those monsters. The entrances to the 3 gates were located behind the mother tree, and without these gates, those monsters would have been able to invade the 5th mainland through those entrances. If that was the case, then it was unclear what the astral tree's purpose was for the 5th mainland. The monsters had treated the 5th and 6th mainlands as wastelands, but they had used the gateway to protect them. Lu Yin's thoughts were running wild, and he didn't hear Guishan's words clearly. Guishan seemed to be reminiscing about his former comrades. The more experienced a person was on the battlefield, the more they would have such emotions. It was an admirable emotion. The battlefield behind the mother tree is getting more and more intense. Actually, it's better if you don't go. You'll die faster, Guishan said, changing his tone. Lu Yin blurted out, without the redbacks and spies, there's no point for the humble school to exist. That's for the best, Guishan answered seriously. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's right, it would be best if there were no redbacks or spies, but it would be even better if the humble school existed. At least that was what Lu Yin felt. The central realm was huge, and some areas were illuminated by sunlight, while others had special ways to illuminate the day and night. The flying armor pass was very normal, as stars dotted the dark sky at night. There were also several shining planets that illuminated the path at night. Lu Yin looked down and saw 6 shadows. When he looked up, the 6 planets illuminated the night sky, allowing the flying armor pass to mine tribulation crystals regardless of day or night. Lu Yin's domain spread out like water, and countless tentacles connected the air, the earth, the trees, and the stones. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and Lu Yin's eyes flew open. He rushed out in the direction that the shadow had appeared, and every step he took was exactly the same as the shadows. Even his posture was the same, and it was like a mirror. This was the domain's prediction attack. He had predicted the shadow's path and movements, and he had imitated the exact same movements. The shadow's eyes were filled with astonishment under the mask, but they quickly turned vicious. Purplish-red patterns appeared on the surface of its body, accompanied by red stripes. This was 9-line battle force. Lu Yin frowned, and Guishan appeared beside him. Without saying a word, a terrifying amount of star energy surged into the sky. This was the flying armor pass, and the moment a battle broke out, the flying armor pass would be the first to be attracted. However, the star energy dissipated in midair. Guishan was shocked. You're trapped. At that moment, several figures lined up in a row in the distance and attacked Lu Yin. Guishan told Lu Yin, be careful. Lu Yin did not have time to reply, as the shadow had already arrived. The shadow pulled out a long sword and slashed down with 9-lined battle force, its power ferocious. The shadow believed that this attack was enough to injure Lu Yin, but when he recalled that Lu Yin had defeated Lu at the sword steel, he had held back some of his strength as a precaution. His actions were correct. and Lu Yin immediately used an emptiness palm against the shadow's blade. Even though he had not used his full strength, this palm was still not something that a hunter could withstand. Lu Yin's emptiness palm had caused even Wang Yi to feel apprehensive during the sovereign tournament. This person in front of him was only a hunter, and in this region of space he was definitely inferior to Wang Yi. Lu Yin's palm had not only shattered the shadow's 9-lined battle force, but it had also bent the blade. The shadow's pupils shrank and he used the momentum to slash in another direction, dispersing Lu Yin's palm force. Lu Yin sneered and struck out with another palm. "Let's see how many palms you can take." The shadow blocked with his sword, and with a thump, the blade caved in the shape of a palm. The shadow himself was sent flying 100 meters away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How was this possible? How could a mere branch family member have such strength? On the other side, Guishan had been paying attention all this time. When he saw Lu Yin send an expert who was at the same level as him flying with a single palm, and that person even had 9-line battle force, he was similarly shocked. It was no wonder why he had been able to join the 14th gate. He suddenly recalled the assassin's ambush and how he had pushed Lu Yin away, which had almost resulted in a counterattack. Now that he thought about it, that had not been a coincidence. This kid had hidden his strength extremely well. The shadow's blade shattered and he stood on the ground and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "You're not an unbounded assassin. You're too weak." The black figure's eyes widened, and a long spear suddenly appeared in his cosmic ring with 9-lined battle force imprinted onto it. He kicked out and the tip of the spear pierced towards Lu Yin. At the same time his entire body charged forward. He was clearly charging in a straight line, but his body moved in a strange manner, as if he was a swimming dragon. Chapter 1399. Was this the White Dragon roaming steppes? Lu Yin was astonished. Someone from the White Dragon tribe? He immediately thought of the Flying Armor Army, as there was no one else who could seal off an area of the Flying Armor Pass. Someone from the White Dragon tribe was attacking him, and it was obvious that it was Long Xian's people. Since his opponent was Long Xian's subordinate, Lu Yin did not want to be too eye-catching. He spread out his domain and tilted his head to the side. The tip of his spear tore through the air and tore the ground apart. The spear swept horizontally towards Lu Yin's chest. Lu Yin saw the shadow's spear technique clearly and retreated in advance. The shadow's eyes flashed with anger and he stepped forward with his right foot. His aura suddenly changed and Lu Yin could faintly hear a roar. "White Dragon transformation. Be careful." Guishan shouted. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The White Dragon transformation was an inherited ability unique to the dragon tribe. Once it was used, one's strength would soar. This person was indeed from the White Dragon tribe. After using the White Dragon transformation, the shadow's strength increased significantly, and his spear technique swept out at an even faster speed. Combined with the White Dragon roaming steppes, Lu Yin could not predict the attack in advance, but he was still able to narrowly avoid the attack. The shadow seemed to become anxious, and he immediately abandoned his spear and sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin. Guishan's voice came from afar. "Don't take it head-on." Lu Yin ignored him and sent out an emptiness palm, which collided with the shadow's palm strike. An intense sound exploded in everyone's ears, and a ferocious shockwave swept out in all directions. The ground completely cracked open, forming a gorge. Lu Yin and the shadow both retreated at the same time. The shadow was shocked. He had used the White Dragon transformation, but he was still unable to gain the upper hand. This Draconic 7 was definitely not simple. Lu Yin was shocked as well, as Draconic 7 had actually blocked an emptiness palm that had nearly 200 stacks. Although Draconic 7 had not used any battle techniques, this palm strike was still not something that an ordinary hunter could withstand. Even an enlighter like Obscurus could not withstand this emptiness palm. This was the might of the White Dragon transformation. Once it was used, one's physical strength would increase greatly. "Time's up," one of the people fighting with Guishan shouted. Lu Yin immediately attacked, and the shadow was still an emptiness palm. The invisible palm imprint caused the shadow to not be able to react, and his chest was struck by a palm strike. The shadow's body was sent a kilometer away, and blood stains of blood could vaguely be seen. He was Lu Yin's emptiness realm, but he did not continue attacking. The black shadow looked at Lu Yin with dissatisfaction before turning around to leave. Lu Yin didn't want to let him go and he immediately chased after him. Zhou Xian also chased after him. The black figure used the white dragon roaming steps and left in the blink of an eye. If this had been the fifth mainland, this person would not have been able to escape as a single plan would have been enough. However, Lu Yin could not reveal too much here, so he could only allow this person to leave. Looking at his palm, the faint red mark was gradually fading away. What a strong force. Did his strength increase after he transformed into a white dragon? How are you? You're not injured, are you? Zhou Xian asked as he looked at Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin shook his wrist. It hurt a little, he had sprained it. Zhou Xian rolled his eyes. I told you not to fight recklessly. The white dragon transformation is a unique ability of the white dragon tribe. Once it's used, the strength of your physical body will completely change. You'll be like a tyrannosaurus in human form. That person just now clearly wasn't strong enough. Lu Yin shrugged. Yeah, he's really fierce. It's a pity that you're only from a branch of the white dragon clan. Very few people in the branch can use the white dragon transformation. Your bloodline isn't pure. What a pity, said Zhou Xian. He looked into the distance. Who's trying to ambush me? You want to know? Zhou Xian smiled. Have a way. What is it? Follow me. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Believe. Whoever tries to stop us will be the one to die. Watch me. Zhou Xian immediately charged towards the flying armor pass. Not long after, the two entered the pass. Zhou Xian shouted, I left a mark on that person. He won't be able to escape. The mark won't disappear for 15 minutes. Let's go. Lu Yin was excited. Let's go. How dare he ambush someone from the 14th gate? He's courting death. The two had not gone far when a group of flying armor soldiers blocked their path. The leader was a bearded middle-aged man who glared at the two. There's a fierce battle outside the city. The general has ordered a curfew for half a month. You two are to return to your residences immediately. Violators will be arrested. Zhou Xian and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Lu Yin stepped forward and raised his head. I'm Long 7 of the White Dragon clan. I request an audience with the general. The bearded man frowned. The general is busy and has no time to meet you. Brother, you're not from the general's residence. How do you know that he's busy? Shouldn't he be resting right now? Zhou Xian retorted. The bearded man's gaze turned cold. There's a fierce battle outside the city. The general has sent people to investigate, so there's no need to report to you. He then looked at Long 7 and softened his tone. If young Master Long insists on meeting the general, then please return to your residences and wait while I report to him. This report took at least 15 minutes. Lu Yin was certain that the person who had ambushed him was definitely one of Long Xian's men, but it could not have been Long Xian. Long Xian was not stupid enough to leave such a huge loophole in his actions that they would be able to find out so easily. The battle outside the city had just ended, and they had already chased after them. How could the army within the city know about this so quickly? Using this as an excuse to impose a curfew and delay their pursuit was too stupid. In that case, let's go. We won't hinder the flying armor army, Zhou Xian said. Lu Yin nodded. Farewell, young Master Long, the bearded man hurriedly said as he watched the two leave the flying armor pass. He then said to someone beside him, Go report to the general that everything went smoothly. Understood. Outside the city, Lu Yin was puzzled. It shouldn't be Long Xian. Then who could it be? Zhou Xian laughed. Don't you know about the White Dragon clan's internal affairs? Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know much about Long Xian. Zhou Xian said, Long Xian has a son named Long Ding. He should be the one who ambushed you. His figure, battle techniques, and cultivation all match. Lu Yin did not know who this person was. Even Long Kuei was meeting Long Ding for the first time. Why did he ambush me? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Xian looked at Lu Yin strangely. Don't tell me that you're doing well in the White Dragon clan. That no one bullied you? Lu Yin understood. This was another person who had a crush on Long Shi but restrained himself out of fear of Bai Xiaohong. However, he was also jealous that Lu Yin had married Long Shi. Long Shi's charm was truly great. What did you think of the battle with Long Ding? Zhou Xian asked. Lu Yin thought about it. He's very powerful, but I'm talking about after he used his white dragon transformation. Zhou Xian nodded. Any member of the White Dragon clan will experience a great leap in power after they use their White Dragon transformation. Long Ding's improvement is quite obvious, but he's still a bit lacking compared to you. You injured him, but things will be different in a few days. He'll definitely find another opportunity to fight you. What's the difference? Oh, you're saying that he's going to break through to the Enlighter realm? Guishan sneered. Enlighter realm? That's one of the reasons. More importantly, he's going to break through to the lower threshold. Lu Yin was shocked. He can break through? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lower threshold? How is that possible? Does he have that many tribulation crystals? Previously, Lu Yin had not been clear about the lower threshold. Long Kuei had mentioned that tribulation crystals were used to help people break through the lower and middle threshold, but Lu Yin had not dared to ask about the specifics. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had been very careful in his conversations with Guishan, and he had finally understood. The human body had 3 thresholds: the lower threshold, the middle threshold, and the upper threshold. Most people would not be able to touch these 3 thresholds. Even if one became an emissary, broke through to the power level of 1,000,000, or even became a half-ancestor, they would not need to touch these 3 thresholds as they would not affect their cultivation. However, only the progenitor realm required one to break through these 3 thresholds. The further one progressed, the harder it would be to break through the 3 thresholds. The easiest way to break through them was when one was young, and that was with the help of tribulation crystals. Breaking through the 3 thresholds was not just for the sake of becoming a progenitor in the future. More importantly, every time one broke through a threshold, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds, just like breaking through one's current realm. This was the cultivation method that everyone in this region of space yearned for but could not obtain. Even a large clan might not be able to obtain the tribulation crystals needed to break through the thresholds. The entire White Dragon clan had been gathering tribulation crystals for countless years, but they had only managed to gather enough to help Long Tian break through the lower and middle threshold. Even Long Shi had not been able to break through. Long Tian had been able to become a junior ancestor, along with Bai Xiaohong, Wang Su, and Xia Shenfei, who were all unrivaled in the universe, because they had all broken through the lower and middle threshold. Their strength was not on the same level as others. If the 4 of them could break through the thresholds, then even the 4 cardinal scales would not be able to withstand the consumption of tribulation crystals. How could Long Ding be able to do so? This is why the 14th gate is investigating the flying armor pass, Guishan said. Lu Yin frowned. Are you saying that the 14th gate suspects that Long Xian became a redback because of tribulation crystals? Guishan nodded. Think about it. The 4 cardinal scales accumulation over countless years was only enough to help the junior ancestor break through 2 thresholds. At most, it could help another person break through 1 threshold. But Long Ding has enough tribulation crystals to break through the lower threshold. Where did he get them from? Isn't there no problem with the investigation? Lu Yin was puzzled. Guishan nodded. That's the biggest problem. No one knows where Long Xian got his tribulation crystals. How many years would it take for him to intercept the tribulation crystals from the flying armor pass? It's impossible to intercept enough tribulation crystals to help Long Ding break through the lower threshold. Besides, how long has Long Xian been in charge of the flying armor pass? However, the investigation results ruled out the possibility of a redback or a spy, which is very strange. But since we've ruled out the possibility of a redback or a spy, we can't continue the investigation. No matter where Long Xian got his tribulation crystals from, it has nothing to do with us. Lu Yin's heart itched. In fact, the moment he had learned about the 3 thresholds, he had also realized the importance of tribulation crystals. His desire for tribulation crystals was different from his desire for star essence. Tribulation crystals were much more precious and no one would sell them. If you want to become a progenitor, you have to break through the 3 thresholds. However, the further you go, the more difficult it becomes. It's almost impossible for a half-ancestor to break through the 3 thresholds on their own. If you rely on tribulation crystals, the amount of tribulation crystals required is unimaginable. Even the 4 cardinal scales can't do it. Thus, if you want to break through the 3 thresholds, you have to do it while you're still young. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to become a progenitor, Guishan said enviously. The 4 junior ancestors had all broken through the middle finger threshold, and the final threshold, the upper intelligence threshold, could not be broken through with tribulation crystals. Only the origin item from the ruler's realm could break through. This was the reason why the junior ancestors had been born during the origin wheel sacrifice and why they had gone to the ruler's realm. Only after entering the ruler's realm would one know who had the highest chance of becoming a progenitor. This also showed how difficult it was to become a progenitor. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll continue to update tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 1400. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day, the bearded middle-aged man who had blocked them the night before came looking for Lu Yin. He respectfully said, "I've already reported this to the commander, and he's here to invite young Master Long to a gathering at the commander's residence." Lu Yin replied, "Got it." The bearded man left. Lu Yin muttered to himself. It seemed like Long Xian already knew about what had happened to Long Ding last night. What did he mean by inviting him now? Meeting with Long Xian would involve the internal strife of the White Dragon tribe. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to contact Long Shi in case he did something wrong and angered her to death. Her temper was not good. Soon Long Shi's image appeared. Her amber eyes were beautiful, but there was a hint of nervousness in them. "What did you do this time?" Lu Yin was stunned. "What did I do?" Long Shi narrowed her eyes. "If I didn't do anything wrong, you wouldn't have contacted me." Lu Yin was speechless. His image in her mind was really bad. "Long Ding ambushed me last night." Long Shi raised her brows. "Long Ding? Long Xian's son?" Lu Yin nodded. "Are you hurt?" Long Shi asked. Lu Yin replied, "I'm fine. I hurt him." Long Shi's eyes flashed. "Because of the inheritance you obtained from the sword's steel?" Lu Yin nodded. "Long Xian just invited me to the general's residence. Do you think I should go?" Long Shi said, "Wait here." She then ended the call. Not long after, the Cloud Pass stone vibrated and Long Shi's image appeared. "Go, I've already contacted Elder Long Kuei. He's at the general's residence." Lu Yin nodded. "Long Xian won't do anything to me, right?" Long Shi replied, "He won't." "Right, bring Guishan along." Lu Yin nodded in agreement and watched as Long Shi's image disappeared. It was impossible for the humble class to participate in the competition of the 4 cardinal scales, but many people valued their protective nature. Because of this, even the 4 cardinal scales were competing to arrange for their juniors to enter the humble class. Among them, the 4 young ancestors were the most obvious examples. Among the humble class, the 14th gate was the most protective. Dragging Guishan to the general residence, even if Long Xian wanted to do something to Lu Yin, he could ignore Long Kuei, but he could not ignore the 14th gate. This was a hornet's nest. If it was poked, no one would be well off. The personality of the ancestor realm master behind the humble class was a headache for everyone. It was also because of his unreasonable protectiveness that the entire humble class could unite and develop so many masters. It would not be easy to drag Guishan into this. He was not stupid. He had just been attacked yesterday and he had gone to the general's residence today. It was obvious that he was involved in the internal strife of the White Dragon tribe. But when Lu Yin had invited him, Guishan had agreed without hesitation. It wasn't that he was willing to help Lu Yin. In his own words, Long Xian wasn't stupid enough to do anything to Lu Yin. The previous day's attack had failed and everyone knew who the assailant had been. Now that Guishan had dared to invite them to the general's manor, he either had to apologize or was confident in redeeming himself. If Long Ding wanted to redeem himself, then the only way was for Long Ding to fight Lu Yin in a fair and square battle and he had to win. However, if he was absolutely certain of winning, then he would have to break through either to become an enlighter or break through to the next realm. I've never seen anyone break through to the next realm before. This is a good opportunity to see it for myself, Guishan said. Lu Yin was curious as well as he had never seen anyone break through to the next realm before. The Flying Armor Army General's Manor was located in the center of the Flying Armor Pass, and it took up a large area. There were groups of Flying Armor Army soldiers patrolling the area, and the entire manor was tightly guarded. When Lu Yin and Guishan arrived, Long Xian personally welcomed them. There was a youth standing behind him who was glaring at Lu Yin. This youth wanted to disguise himself as much as possible, but he was unable to. This youth was Long Ding. The 14th gate Guishan and the 14th gate Long Qi greet General Long Xian. When Long Xian heard Lu Yin's introduction, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed through his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He smiled and said, Mr. Guo, please come in. Guishan smiled and nodded. Long Xian looked at Lu Yin and laughed. You're Long Qi, the son-in-law of the legendary main bloodline of the White Dragon tribe. Lu Yin politely replied, General, you're too kind. Long Xian replied, to be able to suppress that by Xiener and become the person who has inherited the sword steel for the longest time is not something that can be covered with mere praise. Your name has long since spread throughout the top realm and even the entire astral tree realm. The sword steel's inheritance had indeed transformed Lu Yin's reputation, and his strength was gradually being accepted by others. Otherwise, Long Kue would have been suspicious of him after the previous night's battle, and Long Shi and Long Tian would have been even more suspicious. Now, because of the sword steel's inheritance, no one would say anything no matter how much his strength improved. They would only be envious. Lu Yin modestly replied, I've only inherited a few ancient battle techniques, so how can I compare to General Long Xian's son? This must be brother Long Ding. Long Ding walked out from behind Long Xian and tried his best to appear friendly. He forced a smile and said, I've heard a lot about you, brother Long Qi. Lu Yin replied, those reputations are all exaggerated. How can they compare to someone like brother Long Ding who has been through the military for so long? His expression was very serious when he said this, and if not for the previous night's incident, one would not have been able to detect a trace of mockery. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Long Ding's eyes. Long Xian smiled and led Lu Yin and Guishan inside. They did not mention anything about the previous night and only chatted casually. The atmosphere was rather harmonious. Half a day later, someone reported, General, the preparations are complete. Lu Yin and Guishan exchanged glances. Long Xian laughed. Immediately invite Elder Long Kue to come and observe the ceremony. Yes, General. Long Ding's eyes were filled with excitement as he glanced at Lu Yin with a smug expression. Long Xian smiled at Lu Yin and Guishan. The two of you came at the right time. My son is preparing to break through. How about we go and observe the ceremony together? Guishan pretended to be surprised. Breakthrough. Does General mean that you have enough tribulation crystals for young Master Long Ding to break through? Long Xian smiled. I accidentally discovered an inheritance left behind by a predecessor and obtained a tribulation crystal. It just so happens that I can help him break through. It's just luck. Only a fool would believe that, Lu Yin and Guishan thought to themselves. General, you're truly blessed. Since ancient times, only a handful of people have been able to break through. In every epoch, even the four sides of the scale can only produce one or two. I never thought that I would be so lucky to see your son break through. It's truly a joyous occasion. Guishan smiled. Long Xian laughed and looked at Lu Yin. Long 7, your Princess Long Shi's husband. The family will definitely think of a way to help you break through. But before that, let's watch Long Ding break through. It'll be good for you to gain some experience. Lu Yin stood up and politely replied, That's great. He then looked at Long Ding and enviously said, Congratulations, brother Long Ding. Long Ding hurriedly waved a hand. I haven't broken through yet. Brother Long 7, please. Please. Within the central courtyard of the general's manor, many experts from the Flying Armor Army had gathered and were staring intently at the platform in the middle. There was a 10-meter-tall cylindrical object covered by a curtain. When Long Xian arrived, he waved his hand and lifted the curtain to reveal the tribulation crystals within. Even though Guishan had been prepared for this, he was still shocked by the sight of these crystals. Normally, they would only be able to see a tiny amount of tribulation crystals, and the average person would not be able to see them with their naked eyes. Even that tiny amount was enough to ensure that a person would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their life. Very few people would be able to see a tribulation crystal the size of a pebble, let alone this 10-meter-tall and 1-meter-wide crystal pillar. Were these the tribulation crystals needed to break through to the next threshold? That was too much. The person who had used them to advertise had only managed to dig out a tiny amount of tribulation crystals, which was enough to last a lifetime. How many times more was this pillar in front of them? There was simply no comparison. Tribulation crystals could only be produced when an emissary underwent an origin tribulation. How many tribulation crystals could an emissary produce? Very, very few, and some emissaries would not even be able to produce tribulation crystals. How many years of accumulation would it take to accumulate so many tribulation crystals? How many emissaries did this amount of tribulation crystals represent? Even Lu Yin could not calculate. Long Ding's breathing quickened as he stared at the pillar. This was it. He had seen it once and his father had not shown it to him after that. Now he was finally able to see it again. This many tribulation crystals was enough to make the 4 cardinal scales go crazy. How many tribulation crystals could the 4 cardinal scales obtain in each epoch? This was enough to start a war. The pillar was made up of countless tribulation crystals, and it looked like an or with a strange light flowing on its surface. From time to time various forms of lightning would appear within it. It was like another world had been placed there, causing the void to distort and the sky of the flying armor pass to change. The endless sky above their heads seemed to have attracted something. It was the real universe. Long Xian's palms were sweating as he looked around. Many of the flying armor army's experts had fervent gazes, and some had even gone crazy. If he had not activated the flying armor array, these people might have done something crazy. Long Kuei arrived and stared at the pillar in shock. This. He had not known that Long Xian had so many tribulation crystals. He had just received an invitation to attend a ceremony, but he had not expected it to be a ceremony for Long Ding's breakthrough. Even with his status he was shocked. Long Xian was pleased with himself and gave Long Ding a look. Long Ding leaped up and appeared on the platform. He approached the pillar step by step, and then the star energy on his body boiled as he placed his hands on the pillar. The first step to breaking through was to refine the tribulation crystal pillar and refine it into its smallest form before absorbing it into one's body to form the support for breaking through. The human body could not support the opening of the 3rd stage, and one could only rely on the power of tribulation crystals. As long as one opened the 3rd stage, they would be able to completely absorb the tribulation crystals according to each person's physique, and they would be able to stabilize the 3rd stage and completely complete the breakthrough. Opening the 3rd stage was equivalent to perfecting the human body's circulation, and one's strength would almost double. This was very terrifying. The human body was endlessly mysterious, and breaking through the 3rd stage was the most perfect cultivation method in the current cultivation world. It was also a necessary step to become a progenitor. Before Long Kuei could recover from his shock, Long Ding had already begun refining the tribulation crystal pillar. Brother Xian, what's this? Long Kuei was confused. Long Xian smiled. Elder, aren't you curious as to why the 14th gate targeted the flying armor pass? I can tell you that it's because of this tribulation crystal pillar. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll continue to update at 3 p.m. Sui Feng has already updated for 5 consecutive days, so I'll continue to write. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1401. Brother Xian, where did you get so many tribulation crystals? Long Kuei asked. Even he could not control himself when faced with so many tribulation crystals, but his rationality forced him to calm down. This was the flying armor pass and there was Long Xian in the flying armor array. Even without these, stealing from someone from the same clan was punishable by death. Long Xian sighed. I accidentally obtained the legacy of a senior, and it just so happened to contain this tribulation crystal pillar. Long Kuei was not stupid. Although this reason made sense, it also made no sense. How many tribulation crystals could the 4 cardinal scales obtain every epoch? What kind of senior could possess so many tribulation crystals? A progenitor was more likely. If someone had obtained a progenitor's inheritance, then Long Xian would not be at his current level of strength. The 14th gate might suspect that the tribulation crystals came from those monsters, and their suspicions are not wrong. Fortunately, I'm not Redback, or the elders would not have been able to see the scene of my son breaking through. Long Xian grew smug as he spoke and he deliberately glanced at Guoshan. Guoshan was not in the mood to listen to Long Xian's nonsense. He was completely focused on the platform watching Long Ding refine the tribulation crystal pillar. It took Long Ding 2 days to refine the pillar, and it grew smaller and smaller until it finally turned into a thread that emitted light that could tear through the void. It was then absorbed into Long Ding's body. When the thread appeared, Guoshan, Lu Yin, the flying armor army, and even Long Kuei and Long Xian subconsciously wanted to obtain it. This was a cultivator's instinct. Can I steal it? Lu Yin whispered to Guoshan. Guoshan was shocked. Are you crazy? This is the flying armor pass and there's a flying armor array that can withstand a 3rd or even 4th tribulation. Even Elder Long Kuei can't steal it, let alone you. He then looked at Lu Yin strangely. What was this guy thinking? Steal? Even if he managed to steal it, how would he explain it to the White Dragon tribe? Guishan suddenly felt that Lu Yin was not a kind person, and his thoughts were shocking. Lu Yin had only asked casually and had no intention of actually stealing it. Long Xian had dared to let his son absorb tribulation crystals in broad daylight, so how could he not have made some preparations? However, if Lu Yin went all out, the outcome would be hard to say. After all, he had many good things on him. As the tribulation crystal thread entered his body, Long Ding suffered great pain. He knelt on one knee and his face was ghastly pale. His 5 fingers pierced through the high platform. With a bang, the high platform shattered and his body fell to the ground. Long Xian was shocked and hurried forward, but he was stopped by Long Ding. "Father, I can." Long Xian clenched his fists. He was even more nervous than Long Ding. "You must break through, Ding. You must." Long Ding roared and lay on the ground. Rumbling sounds came from his body as if someone was knocking on a door. The void shook. He raised his fist and punched the ground, shattering it and causing it to cave in. Then he suddenly raised his head and roared. Fine dragon tattoos spread out on the surface of his body. It was the White Dragon transformation. Lu Yin took a step forward and stared at Long Ding. This person's aura seemed unstable, but it gave Lu Yin a very strange feeling, as if he was undergoing a metamorphosis. That's what it means to break through. You have to endure pain that ordinary people can't endure. You have to break through the limits of the human body, causing the cultivation body to approach perfection. There's a price to pay, and the greatest price is coming. The tribulation for breaking through is about to arrive. Guishan stared at Long Ding. Lu Yin had never heard of such a thing. The tribulation for breaking through? Guishan muttered. How can an ordinary person's body withstand a tribulation crystal entering their body? It requires remodeling, breaking the body's structure, reshaping it and adapting to the tribulation crystal. This is also part of the metamorphosis, and the pain experienced will increase tenfold or even more. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. His body was being remodeled and he thought of formcast models. Every time he used one to break through, he would experience the pain of his body being crushed and reshaped. That was to adapt to the power of the transformation. This tribulation for breaking through was the same. The body had to adapt to the tribulation crystal. What? Long Ding spat out a mouthful of blood and his body cracked open. Fresh blood flowed down his body and onto the ground, and the stench of blood spread out. Long Xian's face paled and he gritted his teeth. Ding endure it. After this tribulation your life will be completely different. Ding endure it. Long Ding's voice was hoarse. I'll definitely endure it. Not far away, Long Kue frowned. Logically speaking, he should be happy that a descendant of the White Dragon clan had broken through to the next level. However, he could not bring himself to be happy. Long Xian and his son were not of the same mind as the main bloodline. Since ancient times there had been traitors in the White Dragon clan. If he would rather have Long Qi break through to the next level instead of Long Ding. Where had Long Xian obtained so many tribulation crystals? The tribulation for breaking through was different from refining tribulation crystal pillars. It took only a short time, but every second felt like a year to Long Ding. The pain he endured every second was not something an ordinary person could endure, and it felt like his body was being torn apart. Half an hour passed and Long Ding almost fainted from the pain. His breathing gradually calmed down, and his sweat mixed with his blood to form a small river that flowed into the distance. He gasped for breath and threw off his clothes, revealing his sturdy muscles. The dragon tattoo of his White Dragon transformation gradually faded away. Long Xian was delighted. He had succeeded. He had succeeded. Actually, as long as one had enough tribulation crystals, it was normal to break through successfully. However, the pain he had to endure was too unbearable, and this was only the lower tribulation. The amount of tribulation crystals needed to break through the middle finger was unimaginable, and the pain he had to endure was even greater. Long Ding slowly stood up and closed his eyes, sensing something. Lu Yin stared at the blood beneath his feet. Long Ding's aura had changed and he seemed like a completely different person. Was this the change that occurred after breaking through the lower tribulation? Guisham was envious. Even if the pain is 10 times greater, everyone is willing to try. This is the hope of becoming a progenitor. This kid's future is limitless. Ding. As long as you completely absorb that tribulation crystal thread, you'll be stable. Long Xian was ecstatic. He had broken through the lower tribulation and reached out to contact Long Tian. With his status he could contact Long Tian. Long Tian had not expected Long Xian to contact him, as the two of them had never crossed paths. The only possibility was that the 14th sect had recently sent people to the Flying Armor Pass to investigate, and Long Qi had been among them. Had Long Qi caused trouble again? When Long Tian's image appeared, everyone's expressions turned solemn. Long Ding opened his eyes and they burned with passion. In front of the White Dragon clan's young ancestor, who was likely to become a progenitor in the future, no one dared to be impudent. Even Long Kuei straightened his back and Guishan's expression changed. The four-way balance's young ancestor was a truly important person. Even within the humble class, his status was higher than Guishan's. Military Lord Long Xian, why have you contacted me? Long Tian was puzzled. He was from the main bloodline and Long Xian had a grudge with the main bloodline. Why had Long Xian contacted him for no reason? Long Xian respectfully replied, "Young ancestor, I apologize for disturbing you. The trip to the ruler's realm is about to begin. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Long Tian smiled. "Does military Lord Long Xian have someone to recommend?" Long Xian replied, "It's my son Long Ding." Long Tian's brows rose. Long Ding? Never heard of him. Long Xian was not angry and he smiled. He just broke through the lower tribulation and is currently stabilizing. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. Long Tian was shocked. What did you say? He broke through the lower tribulation? Long Xian replied, "Yes, he just broke through." He then waved at Long Ding, who hurriedly walked over and bowed to Long Tian. Junior Long Ding greets young ancestor. Long Tian sized up Long Ding and then looked at Long Xian. His eyes flickered. Where did you get the tribulation crystals to help him break through the lower tribulation? Long Xian replied, "I coincidentally obtained Senior's legacy." Long Tian did not believe such nonsense and he looked at Long Ding. "What's your strength?" "I'm a hunter and I'll be able to break through to the Enlighter realm in a month." Long Ding replied respectfully, his tone full of confidence. Long Tian was shocked. "You've broken through to the Enlighter realm and the lower tribulation, and you're also a member of the White Dragon clan. You do indeed have the qualifications to follow me to the ruler's realm." Long Ding was delighted. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity, young ancestor." Long Tian smiled. "You're the one helping me. As long as you help me obtain the origin item in the ruler's realm and break through the upper tribulation, I will not let you down in the future." Long Ding bowed deeply. "It's my honor to be of service to young ancestor." Long Tian smiled. He did not care about the old grudges between the main branch and Long Xian, nor did he care about how Long Xian had obtained the tribulation crystals. To him, the trip to the ruler's realm was the most important, and he had already been worried about the candidates. Now Long Ding was qualified and with Long Shi he only needed to invite 2 more people. Long Tian saw Lu Yin from the corner of his eye and turned to stare at him. He spoke rudely, "What are you doing in the Flying Armor Pass? Don't disturb military Lord Long Xian and the others." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "They're very hospitable." Long Tian frowned and impatiently said, "Leave as soon as possible and return to White Mountain." He then turned to Long Kuei. "Elder, bring Long 7 back to White Mountain. Don't cause trouble." "Yes, young ancestor," Long Kuei replied. Long Tian finally looked at Long Ding and his tone changed to one of friendliness. "Work hard in your cultivation. As long as you break through to the Enlighter realm, you'll be able to help me on my trip to the ruler's realm. I'll wait for you on White Dragon's young ancestor planet." "Yes, young ancestor," Long Ding replied loudly. Tian nodded to Long Xian and the image disappeared. Long Ding raised his head as everything had gone smoothly. Long Xian exhaled as everything had progressed as he had expected. He had obtained these tribulation crystals a long time ago, and he had deliberately controlled Long Ding's cultivation to be at the hunter realm in order to make it easier for him to break through to the next realm. Now as long as he broke through to the Enlighter realm, his strength would soar once again, and Long Ding would become one of the top experts of his generation in the cosmic tree domain. It was perfect. Guisham was envious. "He's just lucky." Lu Yin was envious as well, as the cultivation system in this universe was much better than the 5th mainlands. After breaking through to the next realm, Long Ding's strength would not be much weaker than Obscured Light and the others who had reached the Enlighter realm. In fact, he might even be on par with them. Once he broke through to the Enlighter realm, his strength might even reach the level of Wang Yi, and he would indeed be qualified to accompany Long Tian to the ruler's realm. Everyone was envious, but Long Ding was excited. He felt as if he had stepped onto the peak, and this sudden surge in his emotions brought him the need to vent. He urgently needed a target to vent his emotions and experience his current strength. He immediately looked at Lu Yin. "Brother Long 7, I heard that you obtained an inheritance from the sword steel that has been around for even longer than that person from the frigid Immortal sect. I'm really curious. How about we exchange pointers?" Chapter 1402. Long Xian didn't stop him. This was originally planned. He wanted Long Ding to break through and use Long 7 to show off his strength. He could take revenge for what happened yesterday and also let Long Ding feel the leap in his strength. Long Kuei subconsciously stopped him. "No, we have to rush back to White Mountain." Long Xian smiled and said, "Elder, why are you so anxious? It's a good opportunity for juniors to test each other's strength. Don't worry, it's just a spar. Don't go too far." Long Kuei was dissatisfied. Brother Xian, Long 7 is the son-in-law of the main branch. His every action is related to the main branch, so he can't just casually spar with others. Long Xian said, "Elder, that's not right. What's wrong with the main branch? My White Dragon clan's main bloodline doesn't rely on being reserved, but rather battles. Our prestige is established through battle after battle, and I believe that this child, Long 7, won't be so cowardly as to not even dare to spar." He then looked at Lu Yin and smiled. "Isn't that right, Long 7? Now that things had come to this point, they had to fight even if they didn't want to. Otherwise, the main faction would be the one losing face." Long Kuei didn't know how to stop him, so he looked at Lu Yin. "Don't force it. Don't go overboard." Long Ding's strength had soared by leaps and bounds, and he was no longer the same as before. Although Lu Yin had defeated Lu Lu in the Lu family, Lu Lu still couldn't compare to the current Long Ding. At most he was comparable to the Long Ding from before, but Long Ding now had the qualifications to challenge Lu Hao. Lu Yin walked out looking a little nervous, which was the complete opposite of Long Ding's smug look. "It's just a spar. Brother Long Ding, remember, it's a spar." Lu Yin emphasized as if he was afraid of being injured. Long Ding's lips curled up and a sinister glint flashed across his eyes. "Don't worry, Brother Long 7. It's just a spar." He then pulled out a spear and pointed it at Lu Yin. "Are you ready? I can let you attack first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin moved his hand and struck out with his emptiness palm. The invisible palm print was something that even the current Long Ding would have a hard time dodging. Even Wang Yi would have a hard time dodging this attack, and even Long Ding would not have been able to do so even if he had broken through the lower realm. Fortunately, Lu Yin's luck was pretty good, and his palm struck the tip of the spear. Long Ding subconsciously used his strength and retreated a few steps before blocking the emptiness palm. He gritted his teeth and looked up. "Seventh brother, you're quite skilled." This was the White Dragon swimming steps. Lu Yin's face turned cold. This Long Ding was indeed different from before. He had actually taken on Lu Yin's emptiness palm head-on, even if it was only 200 stacks. Long Ding's spear flickered with a cold light as 9-lined battle force was imprinted onto it. Long Ding thrust out with his spear, causing a curtain to form in the air that was torn apart. The might of this spear was ferocious, and it even surpassed the attack power that Lu Yin had displayed when he had transformed into his White Dragon that night. After transforming into his White Dragon, Lu Yin had exchanged blows with Long Ding's Empyrean palm. Facing this spear, Lu Yin could tell that Long Ding's inheritance within the sword steel was not fake. When faced with the current Long Ding, Lu Yin's domain prediction attacks were no longer effective. Long Ding was using brute force to break through his technique. Lu Yin stared at the incoming spear tip, and just as it was about to pierce him, he suddenly dodged. Long Ding sneered. "I knew that you knew how to predict my attacks, but what use is that?" The handle of the gun suddenly moved horizontally, whipping in the direction Lu Yin had dodged. Lu Yin's domain suddenly erupted, and his spear seemed to have sunk into a swamp. He took advantage of this moment to strike out with an empty palm. Long Ding bellowed and fine dragon patterns appeared on his body. White Dragon transformation. The Empyrean palm struck Long Ding's body. In their previous exchange, Lu Yin's Empyrean palm had injured Long Ding, but this time the Empyrean palm was ineffective. Long Ding grabbed the spear with one hand and exerted more strength. The handle of the spear viciously struck Lu Yin's shoulder, sending him flying and crashing into the ground. Long Ding did not give up and he leaped forward with his spear pointed upwards. He stabbed downwards. In the distance, Long Kuei sternly shouted, "Stop." He was about to intervene. Long Xian hurriedly stood in front of him. "Elder, don't worry. We're just comparing notes and Dinger will not go overboard." Long Kuei was furious and he looked at the battle in the distance. Long Ding's spear rapidly approached Lu Yin's neck, and it looked like he really wanted to stab Lu Yin to death. Long Xian's back was facing Lu Yin, and even if they did not have the guts to kill Lu Yin, they could still severely injure him. Long Xian could shirk responsibility because his back was facing Lu Yin, but Long Ding would definitely be protected by Long Tian. Given Long Tian's personality, he would not care about Lu Yin as long as Lu Yin did not die. The final outcome would be nothing. Long Ding's gaze was cruel. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Ever since he knew that Long Shi had married Long Qi from the Lianshan branch, he had waited for this moment for a long time. This spear strike was not only to take revenge for the previous battle, but also to vent his anger. There was one more thing that he had not even told his father, Long Xian, and that was that Yu Qin had looked for him after Long Qi had arrived at the Flying Armor Pass. This spear could become a bridge between him and Bai Xiaohong. The journey to the Sovereign Realm was fraught with danger, and even the junior ancestor could easily die there. Long Ding did not expect Long Tian to completely protect him, but with Bai Xiaohong's friendship his chances of survival in the Sovereign Realm would increase. He believed that between him and Long Tian, Bai Xiaohong would definitely be more willing to protect him because Long Tian was the White Dragon clan's junior ancestor. This spear could increase his chances of survival in the Sovereign Realm, and Long Ding also wanted to use this spear so he did not hold back. The tip of the spear rapidly approached, and Guoshan stepped forward, only to be stopped by someone. The spear grew closer and closer and Lu Yin could feel the cold glint. Just as the spear was about to land, the flow diversion diagram appeared, and the spear was completely restrained by the domain and the diagram. An incomparably sharp aura spread out and swept out in all directions, cutting through the ground. The flow diversion diagram dispersed the might of Long Ding's spear, including the power of his battle force. Long Ding was stunned as he had never encountered such a power in any of his previous battles. Was this a source box array? Who would have thought that someone from the Lianshan branch would actually comprehend a source box array and even be able to block his spear? While Long Ding was still in shock, Lu Yin saw through the flaws in Long Ding's spear battle technique, and he reached out with both hands, bypassing the spear's shaft and pressing against Long Ding's body. He then unleashed a series of empty palms. Long Ding's pupils shrank, and before he could even react, Lu Yin's consecutive empty palms landed on his body without any obstruction. The unparalleled strength of the palms pressed his entire body into the ground. Long Ding could rely on his White Dragon transformation and his ability to break through the lower realm to ignore a long-range empty palm, but it was impossible for him to ignore a long-range empty palm. Lu Yin's empty palm's power had increased to 220 stacks, and even though it had not been fully unleashed, it had already surpassed what it had been before. Long Ding was destined to be unable to counter Lu Yin's continuous palm strikes, as his body had already been injured by the fourth palm strike. His 9-lined battle force had collapsed, and the dragon patterns on his White Dragon transformation had become much fainter. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had continuously unleashed more than 10 palm strikes, which was something that no one had ever endured before aside from Night King Jinwu. No hunter could withstand 10 empty palm strikes at the same time without suffering any injuries, and Long Ding was no exception. The ground completely shattered and a ferocious force spread out from the surface of the earth and swept upwards. Long Xian turned around, his eyes bloodshot. "Stop." He took a step forward and reached out to grab Lu Yin. At that moment, Long Kuei moved from behind and blocked Long Xian's path. "Brother Xian, let's not interfere in a battle between the younger generation. It's just a spar and we shouldn't go overboard." Just as he finished speaking, a strange fluctuation swept through the ground. Following that, a thread of light flickered and illuminated the general's residence. It was a tribulation crystal thread. When they saw it, Long Xian and Long Kuei were both stunned. Lu Yin had actually managed to strike the tribulation crystal thread out of Long Ding's body. Underground, Lu Yin was equally surprised as he had never thought that he would be able to strike the tribulation crystal thread out again. When he saw it right in front of him, he subconsciously grabbed it. Long Ding howled as his body had been severely injured by the empty palm. His abdomen was a mess of flesh and blood, but he still struggled to snatch the tribulation crystal thread back. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Lu Yin had never thought that he would be able to come across such a thing. Since he had obtained it, there was no reason for him to return it. Long Qi, you dare to snatch it? You're courting death. The flying armor army won't let you off. Long Ding threatened. Lu Yin immediately took out the circle that Long Qi had given him and encircled himself. The ground suddenly split apart and Long Xian, Long Kuei and the rest of the people on the surface all saw Lu Yin holding the tribulation crystal thread. Long Xian's eyes were bloodshot and he reached out to grab it, but his attack was blocked by the circle. With his strength he could break through the circle's defenses, but that would take time. Long Kuei was also beside him and he would not allow Long Xian to attack freely. Long Qi, put down the tribulation crystal thread and I can pretend that nothing happened. Lu Yin frowned, but he did not even look up. Long Kuei did not know what to say. Deep down he had hoped that Lu Yin would absorb the tribulation crystal thread and break through, but now that it had happened, even he, an elder of the White Dragon clan, was stunned. What should he do? What should he do? One was the general of the Flying Armor Army, and the other was the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. Long Ding was at Lu Yin's feet and he spat out a mouthful of blood. All he could see was blood and he glared at Lu Yin. Long Qi, give me back my tribulation crystal thread. Long Xian roared. Long Qi, put down the tribulation crystal thread. Don't make a mistake. If you dare to steal from a member of the clan, the main bloodline will not let you off. He then stared at Long Kuei. Elder, say something. You're an elder of the White Dragon clan and you know the rules. Long Kuei's lips were cracked and he looked down. He did not know what to say for a moment, and the bias in his heart made it impossible for him to speak. The Flying Armor Army surrounded the area, exuding a cold, murderous aura. In the distance, Guishan was stunned. All he could think about was Lu Yin's previous question. Can I steal it? Can I steal it? Can I steal it? Lu Yin really did steal it? What a lunatic. Lu Yin stood in the circle and looked up, but he did not look at Long Xian. Instead he looked at Long Kuei. Elder, the bigger picture is more important. I'm the son-in-law of the main bloodline. If something happens to me, you won't be able to answer to Long Shi or the White Dragon clan. Don't forget how I became the son-in-law of the main bloodline. Long Kuei's heart trembled, and the frigid Immortal sect suddenly appeared in his mind. Nothing could happen to Long Qi or Long Shi would still have to face the threat of Bai Xiaohong. The frigid Immortal sect coveted the White Dragon clan's ability to turn the situation around. Long Xian, the general of the Flying Armor Army, is suspected of being a redback. Anyone who helps Long Xian is going against the humble class. I, Long Qi, as a member of the 14th Gate, suspect Long Xian of being a redback. Who dares to help him? Lu Yin shouted. He did not really want to threaten the Flying Armor Army and he could not do so. They were an army and military orders were absolute. They would not be threatened by a single sentence from Lu Yin. He was reminding Guishan that he was a member of the 14th Gate, and that he had the status, qualifications and sufficient reason to deal with Long Xian. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been updating for 5 consecutive days. Chapter 1403. When Guishan heard this, he was speechless. The mission had clearly ended and Long Xian's suspicion of being a redback had been cleared, but this brat was still doing this. However, there was one thing that Long Xian was right about: he was from the 14th Gate. Guishan then shouted, Long Xian, you're suspected of being a redback. The humble class is investigating you. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Even he felt that something was off. The humble class had never asked anyone to surrender. They would either capture them or kill them. Furthermore, Long Xian did not have any weapons. Long Xian was enraged and he didn't waste any more words as he attacked Lu Yin. Long Kuei immediately tried to stop him, but Long Xian was forced back several steps with just one move. Long Xian's figure flickered as he shuttled between the void and the real universe. Lu Yin immediately absorbed the tribulation crystal thread. Long Ding roared, How dare you, Long Seven? Long Xian was enraged. Long Kuei, you've gone too far. This is the Flying Armor Pass. Flying Armor Army, activate the Flying Armor Array. The entire pass shook. Tianhou leaped out from Long Kuei's shoulder, its body expanding as it roared at the sky. Its two large heads stared in all directions. The Flying Armor Army was terrified as they could not deal with an emissary. At that moment, rays of light appeared around the Flying Armor Pass, forming a square that rapidly contracted and trapped Tianhou. Tianhou raised its claws and slammed into the square of light, but it was unable to break through it. All it did was cause the Flying Armor Pass to shake. Within the Flying Armor Pass, countless people fled in shock. However, the Flying Armor Array had been activated, and no one could enter or exit the pass. Everyone could only wait and watch as Tianhou fought against the square of light. Within the general's mansion, Long Xian raised a hand, causing the void to distort and transform into square screens of light that enveloped Long Kuei. Long Kuei's expression turned solemn. This was the Flying Armor Pass, a place where the four cardinal scales competed, so its defenses were naturally not ordinary. Long Xian combined his second origin tribulation strength with the Flying Armor Array to fight against a third origin tribulation emissary, and he might even have the upper hand. Long Kuei and Long Xian both used the White Dragon transformation at the same time. Fine dragon patterns appeared on their bodies and their pupils turned vertical. The dragon patterns covered most of their bodies, far surpassing Long Ding. Along with the Flying Armor Array's square screens, a five-sided battle technique that looked like a token appeared around Long Xian, the White Dragon Heaven's inspecting mirror. Long Kuei, are you really going to help him? I promise you that as long as you stop, I won't hurt a single hair on Long Qi's head. I'll send all of you out of the Flying Armor Pass and I'll pretend that this never happened, Long Xian said anxiously. His figure became clear. Since the Flying Armor Great Formation was activated, the real universe could no longer be torn apart. Even the star envoys could not enter. Long Kuei raised his hand and a spear appeared. He could not let Lu Yin be attacked by Long Xian. Even if Long Xian had no intention of harming Lu Yin as a main branch elder, if he did nothing when Long Xian attacked the son-in-law of the main branch, how could he maintain his standing in the main branch in the future? Long Xian, you were the ones who started this battle. Long Ding attacked without any hesitation. Why didn't you stop him at that time? Now you only have yourself to blame, said Long Kuei loudly. Long Xian gritted his teeth and his gaze was vicious. All right, since that's the case, don't blame me for not showing mercy to my fellow clansmen. You won't be able to escape from this Flying Armor Pass. Even if he absorbed the tribulation crystal threads, he'll have to spit them out. As he spoke, a long spear appeared in his hand as well, and he shattered the White Dragon Heaven inspecting mirror before thrusting it towards Long Kuei. Long Kuei's spear flicked upwards. Suddenly, the two envoys' powers collided above the Flying Armor Pass. Envoys used astral sources, and each collision caused the star energy within the Flying Armor Pass to boil. Countless people were unable to control the star energy within their bodies. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Guishan looked up. How had things developed to this point? Wasn't it just a ceremony? Wasn't it just a spar? Hadn't they agreed to stop after a fight? Right, Long 7. Lu Yin looked down. Lu Yin was still in the circle and his entire body was trembling. He had absorbed the tribulation crystal threads and was enduring the same pain that Long Ding had endured. No, it was even more painful because his physical body far surpassed Long Ding's. This was something that Long Ding could not even begin to imagine. The pain that Lu Yin was feeling right now was something that Lu Yin had rarely experienced ever since he had started cultivating. He could not help but cough up blood. Guishan pursed his lips and looked up. Could he block it? If Long Kuei was defeated, then Long 7 would also be forced out of the tribulation crystal threads. Had Long 7 considered the consequences? Was it even possible to succeed? Lu Yin had never considered failure. Even if Long Kuei was defeated, even if he had to expose the walnut xenogeneic treasure that Master Yuan had created or the Tianhuang formation source box that Heavenly Master Elysium had given him, he had to fuse with the tribulation crystal threads and break through. He did not care, he had to break through. Long Xian and his father had a grudge with the main bloodline, but even so Long Tian's attitude towards them was still the same. Long Tian did not care about who was breaking through. He only wanted people who could help him. Lu Yin also wanted to go to the ruler's realm, and this was a rare opportunity. He could only blame Long Ding for picking a fight with him. The tribulation crystal thread entered his body and followed the flow of star energy to his lower abdomen. He had never paid attention to that place before, but who would have thought that it was where the tribulation crystal thread was? It stopped there and it hurt the most, as if it had been completely torn apart. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and the surface of his body cracked just like long dings. Fresh blood flowed from the soles of his feet. Not only did he have to endure the pain, but he also had to be on guard against Zhou Xian at all times. At that moment, experts from the flying armor army appeared one after another and attacked him. Although there were no envoys, there were still many of them. However, their attacks were all blocked by the circle thanks to Long Shi. Above him, Long Xian and Long Kuei's battle grew even more intense. The collision of envoys caused the flying armor pass to tremble, and the Hui was trapped by the flying armor array. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and the increasing pain almost caused him to faint. No, Long Kuei might not be able to withstand the flying armor array. The moment he was trapped by the array, Long Xian would be able to attack him. Lu Yin wanted to keep his things hidden as much as possible, as they were all disposable items. Long Qi, give me back my tribulation crystal thread. Long Ding roared as he stabbed his spear at Lu Yin. The attack was blocked by the circle and there were many experts from the flying armor army around him. Lu Yin looked at Long Ding as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Long Ding, pulling him into the circle. Long Ding's strength had returned to normal, and just like that night he was powerless against Lu Yin. He was pulled into the circle. The experts from the flying armor army shouted angrily, but Lu Yin ignored them. He looked up and took a deep breath. Long Xian, look at your precious son. He roared, alleviating the pain slightly. In the sky, Long Xian continuously controlled the flying armor array in an attempt to trap Long Kuei. Long Kuei also used the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror to counterattack, but Lu Yin's roar attracted the two's attention. They looked down and saw that Lu Yin had grabbed Long Ding by the neck, his face flushed red. Long Xian's eyes were red and his face was pale. He immediately descended and glared at Lu Yin. How dare you, Long Qi? Long Kuei was still in the sky and he stared blankly at Lu Yin. Was this Long Qi? Was this the same Long Qi who had been so submissive that he hadn't even dared to dodge Elder Qingxing's attack? He was actually bold enough to use Long Ding's life to threaten Long Xian. Underground, Lu Yin and Long Xian stared at each other. What do I not dare to do? I'll kill your precious son. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Even if I return the tribulation crystal thread to you, what can you do with it? Give birth to another son? Long Xian panted heavily and his killing intent had long since reached the heavens. Extreme regret filled his heart as he should have been prepared. This Long Qi had dared to steal the tribulation crystal thread and cause a huge battle in the flying armor pass. What else did he not dare to do? Let go of Long Ding and return my tribulation crystal thread, and I promise not to harm a single hair on your head. I can also agree to one of your requests. In the future, the flying armor army will fully support you. Lu Yin sneered. Do you think I'm an idiot? Why would you support me? I'm just the son-in-law of the main bloodline, not the junior progenitor. Long Xian roared, what do you want? State your conditions. Lu Yin's face grew paler and paler, and the surface of his body continued to shatter and bleed. He was still enduring the pain of breaking through, and this pain made him want to curse out loud. Long Ding resisted fiercely, wanting to escape while Lu Yin's physical body was being reconstructed. However, Lu Yin's domain was just as terrifying and he could trap Long Ding with it. No matter what Long Xian said, Lu Yin ignored him. He only wanted to use Long Ding's life to stall for time. As long as he could completely absorb the tribulation crystal thread, Long Kuei would be nearby, and Long Xian would not dare to do anything. Long Kuei descended. Long Xian looked at him and his eyes flashed. He raised a hand, causing the cloud connection stone to tremble. Long Tian's figure quickly appeared with a smile. What's the matter, General Long Xian? He was shocked to see that Long Xian was in a sorry state, as if he had just gone through a huge battle. Long Xian seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw and he hurriedly pleaded, Junior progenitor, please save Long Ding. Long 7 has gone crazy and stole the tribulation crystal thread. He's even threatening me with Long Ding's life. Long Tian turned to look at the ground and saw Lu Yin enduring the pain. It was obvious that he was trying to break through to the next level. He also saw Long Ding being grabbed by Lu Yin and helpless. Even Long Tian, the junior ancestor, was stunned. What was going on? Junior progenitor, please save Long Ding. Long Ding forcefully suppressed his realm in order to help you in the sovereign realm so that he can break through to the Enlighter realm more smoothly. Please save him on account of his sincerity. Let Long 7 return the tribulation crystal thread. I, Long Xian, swear that Long Ding will help you in the sovereign realm, even if I have to use my life to pave the way for you, Long Xian said resolutely. His voice was hoarse and he sounded extremely pitiful. Long Tian's eyes flashed as he watched the scene below. Long Ding, Long 7, Long Ding, Long 7, who will he help? He was the same as Long Kuei and he naturally hoped that Long 7 would break through. Junior progenitor, Long 7 is just a hunter, and he won't be able to break through to the Enlighter realm anytime soon. Even if he breaks through, he won't be able to help you in the sovereign realm. Long Xian immediately shouted. Yes, this was the crux of the matter. Long 7 could not help him. No matter how great his future achievements were, could they surpass Long Tian's? Long Tian only cared about himself, so he immediately said to Lu Yin, Long Qi, release Long Ding and return the tribulation crystal thread. My White Dragon clan has a rule that forbids you from stealing from someone of the same clan. Do you want to die? Long Xian hurriedly replied, as long as you release Long Ding and return the tribulation crystal thread, I can pretend that nothing happened today. Long Tian was very satisfied with Long Xian's attitude. No matter what Long 7 had done, he was still the son-in-law of the main bloodline. Long Tian had promised Long Shi that he would protect this person, and Long Shi was much more important than Long Ding. Thank you, Big Brother Ai Xing. Thank you for your support. I'll continue to update at 3 p.m. Follow the wind, I'm working hard to write. I'm really working hard and I'm staying up late every night. Thank you for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 1404. Lu Yin lowered his head as he endured the pain and tried his best to break through. As for Long Tian's words, they were **t and had nothing to do with him. When Long Tian saw no reaction from Lu Yin, he grew unhappy. Long Qi, did you hear me? I said release Long Ding and return the threads. Lu Yin's head was still lowered. Very soon. Long Tian barked. Long Qi, I'm talking to you. If not for the fact that he was hiding his strength, he would have used his Reaper transformation and given this bastard a scythe. He wanted to see if this so-called junior ancestor could block his Reaper transformation. Long Qi. Long Tian bellowed. He was truly angry that this person had dared to ignore his words. Long Xian was nervous as the scene that he had been most worried about had happened. Wealth could move people's hearts, let alone tribulation crystal threads. Even the junior ancestor's words were useless. He clenched his fists. Long Tian's eyes widened and he was about to speak again when a pleasant female voice came from nearby. Elder brother, what's made you so angry? Long Tian paused and looked to the side, where he saw Long Shi's image appear in front of Long Kuei. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind and her amber eyes stared at him. She was as beautiful as a painting. When he saw Long Shi appear, Long Tian barely suppressed his anger. This Long Qi is too arrogant. He actually dares to ignore my words. Long Shi glanced at the ground. She already knew what had happened. Such a huge incident had occurred in the Flying Armor Pass, and it had shaken the entire White Dragon tribe. Only Long Tian had been in seclusion and no one had informed him. She had not expected Long Xian to find him first. When she heard about the battle in the Flying Armor Pass and how Long Qi had stolen the tribulation crystal threads, Long Shi did not dare to believe it, but she was not angry. Instead, she was inexplicably happy. Who would not want their husband to be an indomitable hero? Even though stealing from others did not sound good, this was a tribulation crystal thread. If Long Qi could successfully use this thread to break through, then his future would be completely different. Not just Long Shi but even those from the main bloodline felt the same way. Of course, a portion of them also hoped that Long Qi would bring back the tribulation crystal thread so that he could find an expert from his own clan to break through and help Long Tian fight for the origin item in the sovereign realm. There were also experts from the same generation as Long Tian who were about to break through to the Enlighter realm, and Long Shi was not the only one. Unfortunately, there was not enough time, and even if they gave the thread to Long Shi, she still had not broken through. However, the clan had already prepared a tribulation crystal pillar for her. No matter what, the main bloodline would not be biased towards Long Xian. What do you want Long Qi to listen to? Tell me about it, Long Shi said in a cold voice. Long Tian narrowed his eyes. Tell him to return the tribulation crystal thread and release Long Ding. Long Qi laughed. Brother, you're making things difficult for Long Qi. A cold light flashed in Long Tian's eyes. Long Qi is currently breaking through and his physical body is being reconstructed. How can he hear you? He's currently in pain, Long Qi said. Long Tian's furrowed brows relaxed. That's right. He looked down and saw that Lu Yin's face was completely pale, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. This person was currently experiencing unbearable pain. Long Tian had experienced it before and he had been able to endure it. However, Long Qi might not be able to do the same. How could Long Qi's physical body compare to Long Tian's? Perhaps he really could not hear anything. Long Xian accepted this explanation and forced himself to calm down. When he thought of this, Long Tian suppressed his anger. Sister, once Long Qi has endured it, tell him to release Long Ding and return the tribulation crystal thread. Long Qi, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Her tone was cold. Brother, are you saying that we should force the thread out of Long Qi's body? Long Tian paused, but he did not refute. If he wanted to return the thread, he would have to force it out. Long Xian hurriedly said, Princess, please rest assured. I won't be too heavy-handed and I'll definitely compensate you. From now on, the Flying Armor Army will fully support the junior ancestor, and Long Ding will also help the junior ancestor and the princess in the sovereign realm. Long Xian's attitude was very proper as he was afraid that Long Qi would not agree. Long Qi laughed and looked at Long Xian. Whether or not you support my brother depends on whether or not you're a redback. Long Xian looked up in surprise. What do you mean, princess? Long Qi said, the 14th gate is already investigating you. Don't tell me you don't know. Long Xian clenched his fists. He was not stupid and he could tell that Long Qi was obviously siding with Long Qi. The 14th gate is only investigating how I obtained so many tribulation crystals. My tribulation crystals came from the legacy left behind by a senior, and they have nothing to do with a redback. Also, why would those monsters be willing to spend such a large amount of resources on me, the commander of the Flying Armor Army? To put it bluntly, I'm not qualified. Long Qi naturally understood this and so did the 14th gate, which was why they had already removed their suspicions of Long Xian being a redback. However, this was just an excuse and it had nothing to do with whether or not Long Xian was a redback. With these tribulation crystals, you can help Long Ding get close to my brother. Perhaps the purpose of these tribulation crystals is for Long Ding to secretly harm my brother in the sovereign realm. Using these tribulation crystals to harm a future progenitor is not a big price to pay, Long Qi said calmly. Long Xian was furious. Even if you're a princess, you can't slander your own race just to help your own husband. This will make the White Dragon race and all the other branches bitterly disappointed. Long Tian shouted, That's enough, little sister. You've gone too far. Long Qi said, It's just a guess, but brother, are you sure it's not true? Ask that Mr. Gua. He's from the 14th gate. Long Tian looked at Guashan. Guashan blinked and said blankly, I'm here to investigate. He only said 6 words and did not say anything else, but to everyone present, it was exactly what Long Qi had said. Long Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These bastards were wrongly accusing him. He really was not a redback. Even Long Tian was starting to have some doubts. He had always been suspicious and selfish and he only cared about himself. If Long Xian really was a redback, then using the tribulation crystal threads as the price to get Long Ding to secretly harm him in the sovereign realm was not impossible. When he thought of this, Long Tian was somewhat uncertain. He was very arrogant and conceited, and the more arrogant and conceited he was, the more he believed this guess to be true. Using tribulation crystals as the price to secretly harm a future progenitor was definitely worth it. When he saw Long Tian's expression change, Long Xian's heart sank. He could see that he had been isolated. The White Dragon race's main bloodline and the 14th gate were all targeting him. Junior ancestor, heaven and earth can be my witness. I, Long Xian, definitely did not have any intention of secretly harming you. I'm definitely not a redback, no. Long Xian shouted, his voice shrill as he tried to get Long Tian's help. Guishan's heart skipped a beat. If he had said something at this moment, then Long Xian and Long Ding's fates might have changed. However, he was from the 14th gate and so was Long Qi. He could not help Long Xian. Furthermore, he had not lied, nor had he harmed Long Xian. He really was here to investigate, and there was nothing wrong with that. It was just that he had not said that the investigation was over, and there was no need to say that. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. What was the point of telling outsiders about the results of the internal investigation? Yes, there was nothing wrong with that. Everyone looked at Long Tian as if waiting for his decision. He was the White Dragon race's junior ancestor, and a single word from him could change many people's fates. Only Lu Yin did not care about him at all. Long Tian finally made his decision and looked down. Long Qi, take the Tribulation Crystal Thread and return to Dragon Mountain. General Long Xian and Long Ding should go as well. The race will investigate, and if General Long Xian is not a redback, then return the thread to Long Ding and punish Long Qi. He then looked at Long Xian. What do you think, General? Lu Yin heard this and secretly cursed at how ruthless Long Tian was. If he went to the main bloodline, then what could Long Xian do? This pair of father and son were basically at the mercy of others. The only reason they had the right to speak now was because of the existence of the flyaway armor array. Once they went to Dragon Mountain, the White Dragon race's main bloodline would definitely not let them off for the Tribulation Crystal Thread. It was the same for Lu Yin. Long Tian's goal was simple. Obtain the Tribulation Crystal Thread and use it to find the most suitable person to help him fight for his destiny in the Sovereign Realm. He no longer cared about the lives of Long Xian and his son. Long Xian's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip from it, and his voice was terrifyingly low. Junior ancestor, when Long Ding broke through, he immediately contacted you because he idolized you since he was young and wanted to help you. Long Tian's expression was calm. Don't worry. As long as you are not a redback, no one will be able to wrong you. He then looked at Long Shi. Little sister, what do you think? His gaze was deep, and Long Shi naturally knew what he was thinking. She looked down at the ground and saw Lu Yin's pained expression. Her eyes flashed. Brother, the Tribulation Crystal Thread has already been absorbed by Long Qi, and he's about to break through. With his constitution, if he forcibly expels the Tribulation Crystal Thread, he might die. How about this? If the clan determines that General Long Xian is not a redback, then I'm willing to spend the rest of my life compensating them. Another line of nonsense. Guishan rolled his eyes. If they went to Dragon Mountain, even if this pair of father and son were not redbacks, they would definitely be punished for other crimes. He realized that the White Dragon race was very good at saying such things. Who had ever told him that the White Dragon race was straightforward? Especially that Long Qi, he was so evil. Long Tian frowned. His goal was the Tribulation Crystal Thread, and it had already been absorbed by Lu Yin. Why would he go through so much trouble? Long Xian smiled bitterly. Everyone was scheming against him. Long Tian, Long Shi, and even the 14th Gate were all targeting him. It was useless, and there was no point in counting on these people. He took a deep breath, and his gaze turned sinister. He suddenly pressed down with one hand, and the square light screen that had trapped Ho in the sky suddenly descended, trapping Long Kue while Ho was still high up in the sky. Long Xian took this opportunity to attack Lu Yin with his spear. Even if he had to betray the White Dragon race, he had to kill Long Qi and retrieve the Tribulation Crystal Thread. Ding-er and Ding-er had broken through and were valuable enough to join the other three forces in the top realm. Long Xian himself was also an envoy, so he did not necessarily have to stay in the White Dragon race and wait for death. No one had expected Long Xian to attack just like that. If he attacked now, it would be tantamount to betraying the White Dragon race. Did he not care about Long Ding's life? Stop! Long Tian shouted. Long Kue roared and tried to break free from the flyaway armor array. However, in terms of physical strength, he was not as strong as Ho. Even if his overall strength surpassed Ho's, he did not have an advantage over Ho when it came to resisting the flyaway armor array. Ho had been trapped for so long, and Long Kue was in the same situation. Above him, Ho's 2 heads and 4 large eyes widened as he swooped down to grab Long Xian. End of chapter. Chapter 1405. Long Xian's spear pierced through the protective barrier which had been given to him by Long Shi. It was powerful enough to block an emissary's attack, but it could only block an emissary who had survived the first origin tribulation. Long Xian had survived the second origin tribulation and was extremely powerful. He was betting that the circle would not be able to stop him for more than 2 seconds. He was betting that Draconic 7 would not dare to kill Long Ding, or that he did not have the ability to kill Long Ding. After breaking through, the pain that Long Ding had to endure would probably cause him to lose consciousness. To be able to become the commander of the Flying Armor Army and an emissary, Long Xian's ruthlessness was carved into his bones. Even if he was faced with a hopeless situation, he would still choose to die together with his enemy. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary cultivator, or if he had been the adopted son-in-law that Long Shi and the others knew, then he would definitely have panicked. Even in his normal state, he would not have dared to resist an emissary's attack, much less in the midst of a breakthrough. However, he was not an ordinary cultivator. He was Lu Yin, the outerverse master of the Fifth Mainland, the champion of the Sovereign Tournament, and the Lu Yin who had dominated the Fifth Mainland and overturned the day-night flow zone. Long Xian was ruthless, but Lu Yin was even more ruthless than Long Xian. The moment Long Xian's spear broke through the protective circle, Lu Yin immediately pushed Long Ding towards the tip of the spear. If Long Xian continued to attack, Long Ding would definitely die. Long Xian had imagined that Lu Yin would react in many ways, and the most likely reaction would be fear and shock. However, he had never expected that Lu Yin would make such a decision in the span of a single second. Long Xian immediately retracted his spear and slowed down his attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin struck Long Ding's back with his palm, sending Long Ding flying towards Long Xian. At the same time, he rushed out of the ground. Long Xian caught Long Ding in his arms. In front of him, Long Ding spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering all over his face. Ignoring the blood stains on his face, Long Xian hastily took out some medicinal pellets to treat Long Ding's injuries. Long Ding was already seriously injured, but even so he still grabbed Long Xian's clothes tightly. "Father, kill him. Kill Long Qi." "Alright, I'll take revenge for you. I'll definitely kill Long Qi," shouted Long Xian. "Flying Armor Army, protect the young master." "Yes, General." The moment Long Xian attacked, Long Tian's image also disappeared, and the connection with the Cloud Connection Stone was lost. Similarly, the moment Long Kuei was sealed by the Flying Armor Grand Array, Long Shi's image also disappeared. The two siblings only saw Long Xian make a move, but they did not see what happened after. However, when Long Kuei saw this, he was even more surprised. His impression of Lu Yin had been constantly changing, and when Long Xian had attacked just now, he had thought that Lu Yin was dead for sure. He had not expected Lu Yin to be able to react in such a way. Hui descended from the sky and clawed at Long Xian. Long Xian's body was covered in fine draconic patterns, and he raised his head to block the attack with his spear. His body was ruthlessly pressed into the ground by the pyrolite. "Frem!" Long Xian shouted as he stirred up the void. His astral source transformed into a visible shockwave that surged up from the ground and sent pyrolite flying into the sky. This wave of astral source power swept through the Flying Armor Pass, stripping away everyone's control over their star energy. Lu Yin was stunned as he was at a huge disadvantage when fighting against an emissary. His star energy control was at the level of a world-level cultivator, but even so he still couldn't control it. He hid behind Long Kuei and stared at Long Xian. Long Xian's killing intent towards him was so great that Lu Yin even forgot about the pain he had experienced when he was trying to break through. That extreme hatred and killing intent seemed to have solidified, and that astral source was Lu Yin's killing intent. Suddenly, Lu Yin's back went numb and a chill surged up from the soles of his feet. His eyes narrowed. "Not good, there's an assassin behind him." His expression changed and a star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. At this moment, everyone had turned into chess pieces. Long Kuei, Long Xian, Guishan in the distance, the surrounding Flying Armor Pass soldiers, their battle techniques and the distant assassin's attack. In that instant, Lu Yin saw the situation clearly. A cold gust of wind was only a few meters away from him, and it had come from an ordinary-looking old man outside the general's manor. That gust of wind should have been enough to kill Lu Yin, but the old man had also used astral source to attack him. He was an emissary-level assassin. The Boundless Realms methods of assassinating Lu Yin were becoming more and more ruthless. Everything happened in an instant. Lu Yin's mind raced as he used the secret art of plan to divert that gust of wind, causing it to shoot towards Long Xian. Long Kuei's back was facing Lu Yin, so he did not see it. However, Long Xian saw it and he was shocked. Was that a secret technique? Even in this part of the universe, secret techniques were rare. He did not know any, and neither did Long Ding. Even Long Kuei, Lu Lu from the Lu family and the others did not know any secret techniques. Long Xian would never have dreamed that Lu Yin had a secret technique. The boundless assassin had not expected this either. The gust of wind swept past Lu Yin and Long Kuei and shot towards Long Xian. Long Xian instinctively raised his spear, but Tian Ho's attack happened to land at the same time. The three astral source battle techniques clashed, causing cracks to appear in the void that was protected by the flying armor pass array. Coincidentally, one of the cracks extended to where Long Ding was, splitting his body in two. Long Xian's face was drained of blood, and he looked like he had gone mad. Ding! The cracks in the void swallowed up the surroundings, and many flying armor pass soldiers were torn apart. Guishan kept dodging, his face pale. In the distance, the boundless assassin's expression changed. This kid actually had a secret technique, and it was one that he had never seen before. This assassination attempt had failed again, and he retreated. The cracks in the void caused a flaw in the flying armor pass array. Long Kuei took advantage of this opportunity to escape. He did not bother with Long Xian and grabbed Lu Yin. At the same time, he took Guishan onto Tian Ho's back and flew away. The flaw in the flying armor pass only lasted for a moment, and it quickly recovered. Long Xian's advantage in the flying armor pass was too obvious, and Lu Yin and Guishan would become Long Kuei's weakness. With Long Ding dead, Long Xian would have no qualms about betraying the White Dragon tribe. No one knew what he would do next. As the flying armor pass grew smaller and smaller, Lu Yin could still hear Long Xian's mournful screams. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This enmity was too great. Long Kuei raised a hand and the cloud pass stone trembled. Long Shi's image appeared and she looked anxious. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Yin was fine. Elder, protect Long Seven as he breaks through. I understand. Don't worry, princess. What about Long Xian? Long Kuei asked. Long Shi said coldly, he betrayed the White Dragon tribe. Once Long Seven is safe, you can deal with him as you see fit. Understood. Long Kuei nodded. After leaving the flying armor pass, Lu Yin's attention returned to his own body. A wave of intense pain assaulted him once again, but fortunately he had already endured more than half of it. Long Shi looked at Lu Yin with pity in her eyes, but her tone was resolute. Hold on and break through. No one will look down on you in the future, and you will be the pillar of the White Dragon tribe. You must hold on. Lu Yin growled, I know. Long Shi closed her eyes and the image disappeared. The pyrolite traveled at full speed, and 4 hours later, Lu Yin was brought to a secluded mountain valley. The area was desolate, and the pyrolite's aura prevented many creatures from approaching. Long Kuei and Guishan quietly waited in the distance. Lu Yin continued to endure the intense pain by himself, and finally after half an hour the pain disappeared. His body had completely adapted to the tribulation crystals, and he had broken through to the next stage. It was an indescribable feeling. The moment he broke through, he felt the star energy flow within his body change slightly. It wasn't obvious, but it was this subtle change that made his aura much stronger than before. He could freely change the form of his star energy and casually attack. Every palm strike and technique was clearly different from before, and the most obvious change was in his physical body. Lu Yin could directly feel that his body had become stronger than before. His previous limit had been 250 stacks, but now he might be able to reach 300 stacks. It was a pity that he didn't have the wisdom root T, so he couldn't extrapolate it. Still, even if he couldn't extrapolate it to 300 stacks, the increase in strength was enough to increase the power of 250 stacks. With his current strength, he could easily defeat Wang Yi, Wu Taibai and the others. They had been evenly matched during the Sovereign Tournament, and at that time, Lu Yin's attacks had just reached the upper limit of what those two could withstand. Now he had surpassed that limit, and once he surpassed it, he could rely on his various techniques to easily obtain victory. However, it still wasn't enough, and he was still far from reaching the power level he had when he was in the Reaper transformation. It would be great if he could reach the power level of the Reaper transformation in his normal state. Breaking through to the next stage had almost doubled Long Ding's power, but Lu Yin's body was already strong enough, so it couldn't be doubled. Once he broke through to the middle finger, his power would be doubled, and he might even be able to match the power of the Reaper transformation. Blood stained the ground beneath his feet, and Lu Yin felt some lingering fear. Breaking through to the third stage wouldn't be like this, would it? It was too painful. There were still tribulation crystal threads around the lower stage, and they would need to be slowly absorbed. Long Ding was too jumpy. If he had waited until he had completely absorbed the threads before fighting Lu Yin, none of this would have happened. Did you succeed? Long Kui and Guishan stared at Lu Yin as he walked over, their eyes shining. Lu Yin nodded and clenched his fists. He deliberately said, I feel like I've become much stronger. Should be more than double. Fighting Long Ding will be much easier now. The two weren't surprised. Long Kui smiled. Long Ding's physique is already above yours. The stronger your body, the less obvious the increase after breaking through. However, your potential will be greater. Congratulations. Guishan looked at Long Kui in shock and then at Lu Yin. How much did the White Dragon tribe not understand this kid? Long Ding's physique was above his? This was ridiculous. Lu Yin coughed, stared at Guishan and then coughed again. Since you've already broken through, you should stabilize here and absorb the tribulation crystal threads. Don't repeat Long Ding's path, Long Kui said, his tone gradually changing to one that carried a hint of killing intent. Lu Yin knew what he wanted to do. Long Xian's hatred for the White Dragon tribe could not be washed away, so Lu Yin had to eliminate them completely. Tianhe will stay behind to protect you. Restrain your aura and don't go anywhere until I return. Long Kui leapt up and disappeared into the real universe, heading towards the flying armor pass. Tianhe's huge body shrank until it was the size of a palm, and it jumped onto Lu Yin's shoulder to protect him. Lu Yin pursed his lips and looked at Guishan. Thank you. Guishan was taken aback. What are you thanking me for? I didn't help you with anything and everything I said was true. Don't randomly thank me or you'll die. Lu Yin smiled. I know. I've been writing for 6 days straight and it's very tiring. I'll continue writing tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1406. Alright, I have to go. I didn't think that the flying armor pass would be so risky. I'll probably have to reflect on myself when I get back, Guishan said helplessly. Do I have a mission? Lu Yin asked. Guishan replied, You might have before but not anymore. What do you mean? Lu Yin was puzzled. Guishan enviously replied, You broke through the lower threshold and defeated Lu Lu. You might have a chance to go to the ruler's realm, so the sect shouldn't give you any missions for now unless it's confirmed that you're not fated to go. You should know that no mission is more important than becoming a progenitor. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. If even a humble student had confirmed that he had a chance, then Long Tian should have contacted him. His breakthrough had given him the perfect excuse to reveal his strength. Even if he couldn't reveal too much, he should be able to at least reveal it to the public. Of course, it would be best to reveal it after he became an enlighter. Breaking through to the enlighter realm was not easy, and Lu Yin had only used Long Shi's essence blood to break through to the 16th cycle of the hunter realm. If he broke through in such a short time, then Long Shi would be suspicious, which would be a headache. Most importantly, would there be any obstacles to breaking through to the enlighter realm? Lu Yin panicked when he thought about the obstacles he had faced when breaking through to the Melder, Explorer and Hunter realms. No matter which breakthrough he had made, he had almost failed. Would it be the same when he became an enlighter? Lu Yin obediently waited in the valley while Long Kui went to the flying armor pass. When Long Kui arrived at the pass, he found that Long Xian was nowhere to be found. He had even abandoned the entire flying armor army and had only taken Long Ding's corpse with him. He ran pretty fast, Long Kui muttered to himself as he looked towards the north. Even if Long Xian had left, there would still be traces left behind. Long Xian had not only been killed because of his hatred and betrayal of the White Dragon tribe, but also because of the tribulation crystals. Where had this person obtained so many tribulation crystals? This was what the White Dragon tribe wanted to know the most, and it was also why Long Tian wanted to bring Lu Yin to Dragon Mountain. Only then would Lu Yin have no chance of escaping. Unfortunately, Long Xian was not stupid. The sky darkened and it began to drizzle. The rain here was light blue, like a beam of light falling from the sky. Although it was dim, it illuminated Long Xian's face. Long Xian buried Long Ding. Throughout the whole process he did not say a word. His face was terrifyingly calm. He had no one to talk to. Endless resentment was hidden in the bottom of his heart. The rainwater dripped onto the back of his hand. It was a little cold. Looking back, it had already been 10 hours since he left the flying armor pass. Ever since Long Kui left with Long Qi, he immediately left as well. He knew that the White Dragon race would not let him go. Without the protection of the White Dragon clan, he would be in even more danger. The origin of the tribulation crystal pillars would attract the attention of countless people. Hopefully no one would be able to track him down. Thinking about it, Long Xian continued to head north. He wanted to go to the Zhongping Sea. Because the Zhongping Sea was vast, there were many desolate and uninhabited places overseas. Some of these places even developed a different type of civilization called the Starry Sky. As long as he hid in the Zhongping Sea, no one would be able to find him. When his combat power reached 1 million, he would return. It was not that he did not think of joining the Hanxian sect, the Wang clan or the Xia clan. However, whether it was them or the White Dragon clan, they only wanted to know the origin of the tribulation crystal pillars. As for the origin, he could not explain it. 2 hours later, he was already very far away from the flying armor pass. Long Xian was still on his way. Suddenly, the void in front of him split open. A pair of fierce eyes appeared and reached out to grab him. Long Xian was already prepared. He had always been prepared for the worst. It was not surprising that someone would track him down. He directly took out his spear and stabbed it. Suddenly, 5 fingers appeared in front of him. 4 unique skills. Pearl Carrot. Not good, it's the Wang clan. Long Xian hurriedly panicked. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He dodged, but it was still too late. He did not even know what was sealed in him. Fine dragon patterns appeared. In front of him, the palm imprinted on his chest. With a bang, Long Xian's eyes almost popped out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing heavily on the ground. Not good, he was injured so easily. The strength of his body was sealed. Long Xian coughed out blood. In front of him, a black figure slowly walked out. This person's strength was similar to Long Xian's. He had also passed the second origin tribulation. However, he took the initiative to seal the strength of Long Xian's body. After that, he severely injured Long Xian with a palm, making Long Xian unable to resist. The figure did not say a word and reached out to grab Long Xian again. Long Xian held his spear tightly and stabbed it out. This spear pierced through the void. It was not to defeat the enemy in front of him but to attract more people. Long Xian firmly believed that since the Wang clan had come, the divine martial heaven and the Hanxian sect would not be alone. The figure dodged the spear. Seeing that the void was cut open, revealing a real universe, he knew that this was not good. He waved his left hand and used the 4 unique skills. Heavenly Blade. Long Xian borrowed the force of the spear handle and narrowly avoided it. However, he was still affected by the blade of the Sky Blade. His left arm was cut off and he was thrown more than 10 meters away. The figure rushed over and raised his hand to grab. In the void, a finger appeared and pointed at the figure. The figure hurriedly retreated. The finger broke the void and crushed a part of the ground. Long Xian's eyes widened. The immortals of the Hanxian sect had led the way. As expected, they had all come. With Long Xian as the center, 2 figures flickered and began a battle at the level of an emissary. Later, many more experts joined in. Long Kuei naturally rushed over and wanted to take Long Xian away. However, there were many experts. Even if he suppressed the crowd, he could not take Long Xian away alone. Long Xian's body recovered its strength and rushed into the real universe to escape. However, the moment before he escaped, his entire right hand was cut open at the wrist. His palm fell to the ground, including the cosmic ring on his finger. What you want is in the cosmic ring. If you chase after me, no one will get it, Long Xian shouted and then fled without hesitation. Long Kuei wanted to chase after him, but his attention was attracted by the cosmic ring. The Calamity Crystal Pillar appeared in his mind. His eyes flashed with passion. He grabbed it and the others followed at the same time. Long Xian did not know the final result. There were still people chasing after him. No one would believe him so easily. He had the power of an emissary, but because of his serious injuries, especially the stellar origin cyclone in his left arm, he finally could not bear it and fell out of the real universe. Behind him, several figures chased after him. Long Xian was miserable as he had never imagined that the commander of the Flying Armor Army would end up like this. According to his plan, he should have been under the care of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline, and his son Long Ding should have been preparing to break through to the Enlighter realm before heading to the White Dragon clan's young progenitor planet to accompany Long Tian to the ruler's realm. Why had this happened? It was all Long Qi's fault, and it was because of him that Long Xian had ended up like this. Revenge, he had to take revenge. He could not die. He could not die. He had not avenged Dinger yet, so he could not die. In front of him, several figures descended, all of them wanting to capture him. These people had not said a single word since the beginning, and it was obvious that they were afraid of being exposed. Although Long Xian had been severely injured, the people chasing after him were not emissaries. Otherwise, he would have been captured long ago in the real universe. They were just a few enlighters. After a lot of effort and risking his life, Long Xian finally dealt with these people. He was panting heavily as his left arm and right wrist had been cut off. He had never suffered such serious injuries before. Did you think that they chased after you to capture you personally? Wrong, they only provided the location. The ones who actually captured you are the emissaries, an ethereal voice said. Long Xian was shocked and he cut a sorry figure. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and there was blood on the ground. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There was a pool of blood on the ground. Who's talking? Is the tribulation crystal pillar that I gave you useful? The voice spoke again and this time there was a mocking laugh. Long Xian's expression changed. It's you. You were the one who gave me that cosmic ring, and you were the one who gave me the tribulation crystal pillar. Who are you? Who are you? Sai, you're really useless. I gave you the tribulation crystal pillar but it ended up benefiting someone else. Who are you? Long Xian shouted. Are you trying to summon the 4 cardinal scales with such a loud voice? Will that do you any good? Long Xian's entire body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He looked around. Who are you? You actually have the answer in your heart but you don't dare to say it. Then I'll say it for you. That's right, I'm the mortal enemy of you humans and you're also a redback. Long Xian's eyes were bloodshot. I'm not. I've never promised you anything and I've never helped you do anything. What do you want? Why did you give me the tribulation crystal pillar? What use do I have to you? You've already done it for me. Otherwise, who do you think leaked the secret of your tribulation crystal pillar? Long Xian gritted his teeth. It was you. You were the one who told the humble school. Why? I only told the humble school. The humble school's investigation concluded that you weren't a redback or a spy. Everything that's happened now is your own fault. You and your son are useless and they were destroyed by others. It has nothing to do with me but the result is the same to me. Long Xian was confused. What mission? I guess. Think about what you've done. Long Xian's expression changed and he suddenly remembered the cosmic ring that he had dropped, as well as the item that had appeared with the tribulation crystal pillar. His face went pale. Was that a trap? You buried 4 young masters at once and all you needed was a tribulation crystal pillar to break through to the next level. Was that a good deal? Long Xian's entire body trembled. It was over. It was all over. If it really was a trap, then the deaths of the 4 young masters would shake the entire starry sky of the trees. He would become the greatest traitor to humanity. Why did you choose me? Weren't you very happy when you obtained the tribulation crystal pillar? What, are you regretting it now? Long Xian lowered his head and closed his eyes. There was still a glimmer of hope in the depths of his heart. He hoped that he could join the Hanxian sect, the Shenwu Heaven, or the Wang clan to take revenge on the White Dragon clan. However, he had nothing now. He would become the greatest traitor of the entire human race. No one would let him go. The moment you dropped your cosmic ring, you were already a traitor to humanity. You completed your mission very well, so there's no need to blame yourself. Join us. You have no choice. Long Xian raised his head. Bitterness, despair, regret, and all sorts of other emotions mixed together. So this is how you develop redbacks. Many people didn't want to betray, but they were forced to do so. He was the same. He was the commander of the Flying Armor Army, but he hadn't even realized that he had helped these monsters complete their mission. Do you want to take revenge? These words flashed across Long Xian's mind like lightning. The scene of his son Long Ding falling into his arms and screaming shrilly appeared in his mind. Revenge, he had to take revenge. Long Qi, he wanted to kill Long Qi. He wanted to destroy the White Dragon tribe. He wanted to take revenge on the 4 directions scale. His many years of persistence had collapsed. Humans will always die of greed and hatred. In the end, victory will belong to us. But why is he here? Interesting, very interesting. The plan has to change. Humans, End of chapter. Chapter 1407. The battle at the Flying Armor Pass had shaken the topmost realm. Although the people involved in the battle were not very influential, the implications were still quite serious. The flying armor pass itself was one of the targets of the four-way scales in the top realm. Zhou Xian had inexplicably obtained enough tribulation crystals for Long Ding to break through. The origin of these tribulation crystals attracted the attention of everyone in the four-way scales. In the end, Zhou Xian's whereabouts were unknown, and something that resembled a map was found in his cosmic ring. The four cardinal scales fought over it and split it into four. The White Dragon clan was in an uproar and everyone was debating this matter. Many people criticized the main branch for being too biased, but the main branch used the humble clan's investigation as an excuse. This argument lasted for several days until the frozen Immortal sect suggested that the four pieces of the map be pieced together. That map was recognized as a map of the Sovereign's realm, which meant that it led to a huge opportunity in the Sovereign's realm. At the very least, Zhou Xian's tribulation crystals were definitely related to that opportunity. Lu Yin did not know how the four cardinal scales had decided to use this map. He looked at the man in front of him and was both excited and confused. If you want to stay in Dragon Mountain for the rest of your life and be protected by my sister for the rest of your life, you can reject my suggestion. However, I'll only say this once and this suggestion will only come once. The person speaking to Lu Yin was Long Tian. This young ancestor of the White Dragon clan had just found Lu Yin and suggested that he head to the White Dragon clan's minor planet. He would provide resources so that Lu Yin could attempt to break through to the Enlighter realm as soon as possible. Once he succeeded, he would be able to help Lu Yin enter the Sovereign's realm. Lu Yin felt like he had been hit in the head with a cake. After arriving in this region of space, although it had been a little troublesome at first, everything had gone smoothly. Will Long Shi agree? Lu Yin pretended to be nervous. Long Tian frowned. Don't worry about her. I'll only ask you this once. I'll provide you with resources and do my best to help you break through to the Enlighter realm. Are you willing to accompany me to the Sovereign's realm? Lu Yin took a deep breath and solemnly said, Brother-in-law will not disobey elder brother's orders. Long Tian was startled. These words sounded very pleasant, but why did it feel so fake? He recalled what had happened in the flying armor pass. Did this fellow really not hear him or was he just pretending? When he saw Lu Yin's sincere expression, Long Tian's gaze softened slightly. Lu Yin definitely hadn't heard him. Otherwise, how could a remote branch member dare to go against his wishes? Alright, come to the White Dragon minor ancestor planet. I'll prepare everything for you. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Prepare everything? How could he do that? Lu Yin would need a lot of star essence to break through to the Enlighter realm, but he had already prepared enough. If he used Long Tian as an excuse to break through to the Enlighter realm, no one would say anything about it. Since Long Tian was so confident about breaking through to the Enlighter realm, it proved that his preparations were not simple. The reason why Lu Yin had come looking for Lu Yin was probably because Lu Yin had defeated Long Ding, who had just broken through to the next realm. Lu Yin had also broken through to the next realm, and once he became an Enlighter he would definitely surpass Long Ding's strength after he had broken through. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's lips curled up. The ruler's realm would definitely be very exciting, and he wondered how many familiar faces he would meet. Long Kuei had already gone to the boundary Dragon Mountain in the Peak Realm, and before he left he had specifically instructed Lu Yin to stay put and wait. Based on Guishan's words, Lu Yin guessed that there wouldn't be any missions in the near future. In that case he would just wait here until Long Kuei returned so that he could bring him to the White Dragon minor ancestor planet. In the Peak Realm, in the frigid Immortal sect, Yuqin had a solemn expression on her face. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. She was flipping through something when a man walked over from behind her with his head lowered. He respectfully handed over the information that he had sorted out. Miss, this is the detailed information regarding the battle at Flying Armor Pass. Yuqin grunted and accepted the information. She slowly flipped through it, and the more she read, the more shocked she became. This Long Seven actually had the strength to defeat Long Ding, who had just broken through to the next realm. Although Long Ding wasn't one of the most elite members of the four-way scales, after breaking through to the next realm, his strength had already reached that level. In the entire White Dragon clan he should be among the top 3 of the young ancestors' generation. Long Seven's strength had actually reached such a level. His improvement was too fast. She carefully flipped through the information, and the more she read, the more she felt that something was amiss. This information recorded the details of the incident before and after, even including what Long Tian and Long Shi had said. Yuchen closed the information and pondered deeply. Did this Long Seven really not hear what Long Tian had said? This was a very important point. If he hadn't heard it, then it was fine, but if he had heard it but ignored it, then there was a huge story behind it. This meant that this person didn't even care about the young ancestors, which meant that most of what had happened before was just an illusion. Yuchen had a habit of thinking in a direction that was unfavorable to her. With this guess as the basis, she flipped through all the information regarding Long Seven again, especially the information regarding how he had plotted against Imo Gauha and the three Guan brothers. A trace of shock appeared in her eyes. Perhaps all of this had nothing to do with the White Dragon clan, and was done by Long Seven himself? But how did he know that the three Guan brothers were redbacks? How did he instigate them to defect? Was it really such a coincidence that they were past friends? Couldn't be that coincidental. Yuchen flipped through Long Seven's information for a full 2 hours before finally closing it with a bang. No, there was a problem here. How could someone who had received the Sword Steel's inheritance for longer than Xian be a piece of trash? How could he be willing to be a son-in-law? Her plans had failed time and time again, so this wasn't a coincidence. She had really been plotted against, and the person who had plotted against her was very likely this Long Seven, who no one paid any attention to and who everyone thought had gotten lucky. Yuchen stared at Long Seven's appearance. Perhaps this person was hiding a huge mystery, and she needed to find someone to break through this mystery. When she thought of this, she ordered, announced to the public that Long Seven's inheritance came from half-ancestor Kuei Luo. The man behind her was shocked. If that's the case, Yu Dai, who passed on this information, will have to be sacrificed. Yu Dai was a spy that Yuchen had planted in various powers. Just like the Redbacks, who were the human race's archenemy, Yuchen also had an organization called Yu Dai. According to Yu Dai's information, there are less than 10 people in the entire White Dragon clan who know this secret. He'll be easily exposed, the man emphasized again. Yuchen muttered, then let him be sacrificed. The man's eyes flashed, and when he saw Lu Yin's appearance, his lips curled up. You really know how to cause trouble, even making Yuchen sacrifice a jade butterfly like this. Yes. Yuchen exhaled. It wasn't easy to develop a Yu Dai of that level, and the price to pay was enormous. However, she always felt that this Long Seven was hiding something that she couldn't see through. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, and she desperately wanted to refute all of her guesses and convince herself that this Long Seven was just lucky. However, the more she thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. I don't care if you're faking it or not. I want you to disappear, Yuchen said indifferently, a cold glint in the depths of her eyes. Half-ancestor Kuei Luo was a notorious figure in the astral tree domain. It wasn't that he had committed many crimes, but rather that he seemed to be mentally ill. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had a powerful spiritual force, and his favorite pastime was to find others and expose their secrets. He also liked to publicize the battle techniques that had been passed down from various powers. Because of this, he had been hunted down by countless people and caused countless grudges. It could be said that the secrets that Kuei Luo had exposed were enough to write countless moving chapters. He was basically a walking story that was even more impressive than the intelligence reports from Unbounded. His greatest achievement was that he had caused a battle between two ancestors, which had caused the astral tree domain to become unstable. Many people guessed that he was a redback, but there were also some who said that he wasn't a redback. He wasn't that high profile, so he was just crazy. Regardless of whether Kuei Luo was crazy or not, he was hated by everyone in the astral tree domain. He was worse than a street rat, and he had caused the astral tree domain to become unstable for many years. Even after his death, he had deliberately spread a large number of rumors which disgusted many people. Because of the secrets that Kuei Luo had exposed, many people were unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Their hatred for Kuei Luo couldn't be washed away even after death. Lu Yin was leisurely reciting the Stonewall scriptures in a valley, and he was thinking about how he could break through to the Enlighter realm in a more reasonable manner. He was also thinking about how he could break through to the Enlighter realm. The cloud connection stone vibrated and Long Shi's image appeared. Her expression was extremely ugly. Lu Yin felt guilty when he saw Long Shi's face, and he tried to recall if he had done anything wrong. He hadn't, as he had only recently tricked Long Xian and stolen his tribulation crystal. He hadn't done anything too outrageous. Where are you? Long Shi asked coldly. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I'm still here. I haven't moved. He then changed his words. I don't dare to move. You told me to stay here. Long Shi's eyes flickered and she looked a little strange and a little dissatisfied. In the end she felt helpless. Don't go anywhere. Elder Long Kuei has already returned to the Central Realm to pick you up. He'll be here in half a month at most. Lu Yin blinked. Didn't Elder Long just leave the Central Realm a few days ago? Why is he so fast? The four-way scale has its ways, Long Shi said indifferently. She then rubbed her aching head as if she was conflicted about something. Lu Yin was curious but he didn't dare to ask. After a while Long Shi finally spoke. Who else knows about your inheritance from Kuei Luo? Lu Yin subconsciously shook his head. Just you guys. I didn't tell anyone. You don't even know about it. Long Shi stared at Lu Yin. From what she knew, Kuei Luo was Lu Yin's old friend who had gone through thick and thin together. Lu Yin was resolute. I definitely don't know. I wouldn't even dream about it. Kuei Luo? He had never even heard of Kuei Luo, a group of stowaways. Long Shi sighed. This matter has been exposed. Lu Yin's mouth fell open and his expression turned ugly. He had chosen to say that he had obtained Kuei Luo's inheritance because he was afraid that the White Dragon tribe would investigate. Kuei Luo had died a long time ago and when he had been alive he had been hated by everyone. No one had been able to find him, so he wasn't afraid that the White Dragon tribe would be able to find him. He also wasn't worried that the White Dragon tribe would leak this information, as it would be embarrassing for the White Dragon tribe. Who would have thought that this matter would be exposed? Once it was exposed it would be troublesome. Kuei Luo had offended too many people, so many that it was impossible to count them all. Even though a group of people had died due to the passage of time, the survivors were all old bastards. Lu Yin broke out in cold sweat when he thought about the large group of old bastards chasing after him. I'll continue updating at 3 p.m. I've been updating continuously for 7 days and I'm too tired. I'll take a break. Thank you brothers for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 1408. How did you leak it? Are you trying to kill me? Don't you know that I'll be hunted down by a bunch of old bastards? More old bastards means more young ones and... Lu Yin was furious as he yelled at Long Shi. Long Shi knew that she was in the wrong, so she allowed Lu Yin to yell at her without saying a word. Once he was done she said, he's the nephew of an elder in my family. Because of his outstanding performance he's clear-headed enough to organize some of the family's information. I didn't expect him to be one of the frozen immortal sect's Yuchen's spies. He was the one who leaked the information. Lu Yin was puzzled. Someone like that wouldn't leak information for no reason. He should know that once he does he'll be in danger of being discovered. Long Shi stared at Lu Yin. I'll have to ask you that. What did you do to make Yuchen sacrifice such an important spy to deal with you? Lu Yin was stunned and gulped. It was still that woman. Was she crazy? He hadn't done anything, but she was willing to sacrifice such an important spy to deal with him. Was she crazy? Lu Yin thought about it carefully, but he really hadn't done anything too outrageous. Back on the Fifth Mainland he had overturned the day-night flow zone and unified the Outerverse, but here he was already keeping a low profile. Long Shi sighed helplessly. Don't worry about that woman. What you need to do now is wait here for Elder Long Kuei to pick you up and head straight to White Dragon Planet. You agree to let me go to White Dragon Planet? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi frowned. I know Big Brother made a promise to you. I didn't agree to it at first, but now that you have a special status, there are very few places in the starry sky where you can walk around openly and safely. Even in Dragon Mountain, there are many people who hate Kuei Luo and won't be polite to you. Only White Dragon's junior ancestor planet is an exception. That place belongs solely to the junior ancestor, and it's a reward for future progenitors. Only people of the same generation as the junior ancestor are allowed to enter. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Actually, I don't really want to go to the ruler's realm. It's too dangerous. I know. As long as you don't break through to the Enlighter realm, my brother won't risk letting you go. She seemed to feel that Lu Yin might misunderstand, so she continued, it's not that he's afraid of you being in danger, but that you won't be able to help him if you don't become an Enlighter. He's worried that he won't be able to obtain any opportunities. I know, Lu Yin. Long Shi gave a few more instructions before ending the call. He raised his head and looked at the top realm. Yuchen, this woman had caused so much trouble for him and he would have to deal with her sooner or later. In the middle realm, below the sword's steel, Lu Hao stood quietly as the stooped elder Song walked over. Have you thought it through? Lu Hao nodded and respectfully said, Xia Shenfei. Elder Song smiled. Junior ancestor of the four-way balance, Xia Shenfei is worth befriending. Lu Hao replied, if I'm with him I won't have to worry about being plotted against. Elder Song turned his head and looked to the other side. Lu Tianmu slowly walked over and bowed to him. Kid, have you decided who to help? Elder Song asked. Lu Tianmu said seriously, Long Tian. Elder Song and Lu Hao were not surprised. Bai Xiaohong was out of the question as the frigid Immortal sect did not lack experts. Lu Hao might be able to replace the others, but Lu Tianmu, who had never seen the 13 swords, did not think she could replace anyone. She could only go to the White Dragon Junior Ancestor planet to try her luck. Go. I'm going to the Shenwu Junior Ancestor planet, so I'll send you off, Lu Hao said. Thank you. Lu Tianmu was still as calm as ever. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. In the middle realm, Nong Sanyang straightened her back and knocked on the ground. Am I getting old? Why am I so tired? Not far away, Nong Lai curled his lips. I'm old. Nong Sanyang glared at him. What did you say? You're asking for a beating. Nong Lai smiled. Sis, who do you want to help? Nong Sanyang wiped her sweat with a piece of cloth. She undid the white cloth covering her head, revealing her long black hair. Her style was unique. Even though she looked delicate and pretty, standing in the middle of a field, she had a different kind of charm, even though her feet were covered in dirt. Wangsu, you're a woman. Why do you have to make things difficult for other women? Nong Lai nodded. I also think Wangsu is better. The other three are all men. Sis, you'll be annoyed to death if you go. Nong Sanyang rolled her eyes. Am I really that charming? As soon as she finished speaking, the stallions in the field rushed out and jumped into Nong Sanyang's arms, making adorable noises. They seemed to like her a lot. Nong Sanyang laughed happily. Far away, in another seed garden, Qiushi sat calmly on the ground as the golden wheat around her swayed in the wind. She suddenly opened her eyes and leaped into the golden wheat field. The golden wheat field suddenly closed and grew rapidly. The stars around Qiushi's body revolved, then transformed into Sirius's sword technique. With a slash, some of the wheat ears were cut off. Qiushi saw the scenery outside the wheat field, but it was only for an instant before the wheat ears grew wildly again. No matter how many times Qiushi slashed, she was unable to break through the wheat field. Furthermore, no matter where she went, the wheat field would move with her. However, it would not let her go beyond a certain range. This range was a circle. Ever since Qiushi had fallen here, she had been trapped in this strange circle. She knew that someone had done this on purpose, but no matter what she said, that person would not let her go. 2 stalks of grass playfully walked past her before rushing into the wheat field and disappearing. Qiushi was at a loss. What was this place? There were all sorts of strange creatures, but they were all very friendly. There was no fighting, so how was she supposed to get out? In the distance above the rainbow bridge, the yellow color did not move. There were cities and armies on it. The entire rainbow bridge was under the control of the Shenwu plane. Xianxia looked up as a gigantic creature flew over and landed. Not too far away, a middle-aged man gestured towards Xianxia. With your strength, little brother, you'll definitely be recognized by the junior ancestor. You'll soar in the future, so please don't forget about me. Yao Xian smiled. I wouldn't dare forget your kindness. Let's go to Shenwu's junior ancestor planet. One expert after another converged on junior ancestor planet. Although the journey to the ruler's realm was dangerous, it was an opportunity to become a progenitor in the future. Even if they could not become a progenitor, forming a relationship with the junior ancestor would allow them to live a carefree life. At the very least, some people wanted to go to junior ancestor planet to see what kind of outstanding elites had appeared so that they could avoid offending them. Lu Yin finally set off after half a month, and Long Kuei's expression was ugly when he saw him. Ever since Long 7 and Long Shi had gotten married, more and more things had happened. Long Kuei had originally thought that Long 7 was an honest person, and all Long Kuei had to do was ensure his safety. Now, however, Long Kuei Luo's revelation had caused the entire White Dragon clan to become the target of countless people. Whether it was Long Shi or Long Kuei, there were always people asking Long 7 if he knew any secrets. Long Kuei was annoyed and even Ho was being hinted at. But that was not the end of it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, some of his old friends had suddenly cut off all contact, saying that they were no longer friends. Long Kuei truly experienced the might of half-ancestor Kuei Luo. Just obtaining a portion of his inheritance had led to such a situation. Long Kuei had been disgusted by this dead man, so it would be strange if he was in a good mood. And the main culprit, Long Seven, was still carefree. The more Long Kuei looked at him, the more annoyed he felt. Did half-ancestor Kuei Luo leave behind any other information besides a portion of his inheritance? Long Kuei asked in an unpleasant tone. Luyin was confused. Such as? Long Kuei lowered his voice. Some secrets. Luyin immediately shook his head resolutely. Absolutely not. Long Kuei glanced at him. Are you sure? Many of my old friends are contacting me right now, and even the 4 cardinal scales are contacting my White Dragon tribe. They want to know what you know. If there are secrets left behind, don't tell them. Do you understand? Luyin was speechless and his heart was exhausted. Elder, there really aren't any secrets. I'm not lying. I only obtained some natural treasures and cultivation resources. Even the battle techniques I obtained were the very ordinary overlaying stacks path. Right, there were also some spiritual force cultivation techniques, but there's nothing else. Long Kuei looked at Luyin. Perhaps our trip to Junior Progenitor Planet didn't go smoothly. Once our whereabouts are revealed, many people will come looking for you. Be careful and don't be tricked by others. Luyin was helpless and he regretted choosing half-ancestor Kuei Luo. But even if he hadn't chosen him, there had been no other choice. He couldn't explain how someone from a branch family not only had the strength of a hunter, but also possessed a spiritual force that could cause Lu Ku to sink into oblivion. However, Long Kuei was clearly overthinking things. The central realm was huge, and even if their whereabouts were revealed, it would take some time for others to catch up to them. Far in front of them, at the very end of the central realm, was a floating continent called Hope Isle. It was named after Hope Isle and it was connected to the 4 young progenitor planets. If one wanted to reach the 4 young progenitor planets, they had to ascend Hope Isle. Only by ascending Hope Isle could one cross the bridge that connected the 4 young progenitor planets and truly reach Junior Progenitor Planet. There was a huge restaurant on the Gazing Isle called the Ancestral Gazing Restaurant. It was located right in front of the bridges that connected the 4 young ancestor planets. Standing on the Ancestral Gazing Restaurant, one could clearly see the 4 bridges of different shapes and sizes. Behind the bridges, one could vaguely see a dot, and that dot was the young ancestor planet. As the trip to the sovereign world drew closer, more and more guests arrived at the Ancestral Gazing Tower. There were both young and old, but not all of them were here to visit the Junior Progenitor Planet. Many of them simply wanted to see who would be able to reach the Junior Progenitor Planet, who would be welcomed by the Junior Progenitor Planet, and who would be fishing for fame. The Ancestral Gazing Restaurant was huge and it had 7 floors. Each floor was 100 miles wide, and although it seemed very wide, it was easy for cultivators to see everything with a single glance. The Ancestral Gazing Restaurant did not forbid battles, and the reason why it had not decayed or been damaged after so many years was because the materials used to construct it came from the sovereign realm, from the mother tree. The wood of the mother tree could not be damaged unless one was a half-step ancestor, but even a half-step ancestor would not be able to damage much of it. Because of this, the Ancestral Gazing Restaurant had suffered very little damage over the countless years, even if there were battles happening every day. The strangest thing about the Ancestral Gazing Restaurant was that there were no waiters or kitchens. However, as long as someone came, there would be different dishes on each table and different wines for them to taste. No one knew where these dishes and wines came from. Countless people had searched for them, but to no avail. Over time they gave up. It's too tiring. I've been updating for an entire week. Take it slow. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 1409. Apart from the Ancestral Gazing Tower, the rest of Wangyu Island was filled with lush forests. There were no powerful beasts and it was as simple as nature itself. Many people didn't like the liveliness of the Ancestral Gazing Tower. They preferred to stay in this natural environment and wait for the best opportunity to enter Junior Ancestor Planet. One cultivator after another arrived at Wangyu Island, followed by all sorts of arguments and fights. On this day, a strange creature that looked like a piece of paper landed. It entered Wangyu Island without any obstructions and headed towards the ancestral gazing tower. Not long after, an old man and a young man got off the paper creature's back. The old man looked at the ancestral gazing tower and raised his hand. The paper creature overlapped and turned into a single piece of paper that landed in his palm. This is the ancestral gazing tower. It opens every epoch, and only when the junior ancestor is born will Wangyu Island and ancestral gazing tower appear. What you need to do is make a name for yourself in Wangyu Island and become one of the top elites invited by Junior Ancestor Planet. Are you confident? I'm confident. Don't worry, Senior, the young man replied. The old man looked at him with a gentle gaze. You came from my nest. I don't care what you've done before, but as long as you enter Junior Ancestor Planet and follow the Junior Ancestor to the Sovereign Realm, all your past sins will be forgiven. You'll also be helping to make a name for yourself. Go. I'll let your name start here. Yes, Mr. Zif. The 7th floor of the ancestral gazing tower was a boiling cauldron of voices. Those who were able to come here were either outstanding themselves or were led by experts. The higher the floor, the more confident they were, because the number of tables in the ancestral gazing tower was fixed and couldn't be increased. No one wanted to have their heads trampled on. The top floor of the ancestral gazing tower was naturally the place everyone wanted to go. However, there was an unwritten rule that only those who were led by emissaries could go to the top floor. Everyone else could only stay on the lower 6 floors. Mr. Zhou and Xianxia stayed on the 1st floor. They had no intention of going up. The nest was the largest prison in the Middle Realm, so their identities were quite sensitive. Most of the time, the 1st floor was filled with experts from the younger generation. Very few were led by seniors, or they could go to the higher floors. Even if they were led by seniors, they wouldn't be very strong. The 1st floor was also the floor with the most empty seats in the ancestral gazing tower. The two found a place to sit. Soon, exquisite dishes and fragrant wine appeared on the table. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath and smiled in satisfaction. This is the taste. The fine wine here is always the most intoxicating. With that, he downed the wine in large gulps. Xianxia was not interested in wine. Ever since he came to this part of the galaxy, the 3 streams of air that had once coiled around his body had been restrained to his waist. If they still coiled around his body and hovered in the air, he would be asking for a beating. This was also something that Elder Chan had specially instructed them to keep a low profile when he sent them to this part of the galaxy. After drinking for a full 2 hours, Mr. Zhou burped. It was obvious that he had drunk too much. He put down his cup and muttered to himself, Wangyu opens once every era, and there are very, very few people who can live an entire era. Even the emissaries have to freeze their own vitality, which is equivalent to freezing time so that they can wait until the next era. In the starry sky, any meteorite has existed for far longer than us humans. However, it doesn't matter how long the passage of time is. Any random explorer from the human race can destroy a planet that has existed for countless epochs, and any random Lemeter can destroy a meteorite, even if that meteorite has witnessed the birth of the human race, or even the birth of a species that predates the human race. It's the same for destruction. Wisdom is the foundation of a person. Xianxia was puzzled. It was strange for a sinner from a nest to say such things. Mr. Zhou picked up his cup again and took another sip. He exhaled deeply. Some people have monstrous wisdom that surpasses the limits of power and human understanding. Their methods, schemes are enough to shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. They can easily change history. He downed another mouthful of wine. Those people can change the history of a part of the universe in just a few decades, causing a gap in the truth of history to appear. How terrifying, how terrifying. Xianxia did not understand what Mr. Zhou was muttering to himself, and he was not interested in listening. He was more interested in the conversation between the 2 people at the table next to him. Every table was quite far from each other, but to a cultivator, as long as they did not deliberately prevent others from eavesdropping, they could easily hear the conversations of everyone on this floor. Have you heard? There was a group battle on the 6th floor. It's said that several clans got involved. I know. The clans of the Divine Martial Plane and the Frigid Immortal sect fought fiercely. I don't know what happened, but the Wang clan and the White Dragon clans also got involved. I heard that it's because of the Lu clan and the Seed Garden. The Frigid Immortal sect's young ancestor Bai's maid, Miss Yu Qin, personally invited them, but Lu Hao chose the Divine Martial Plane, while Nong Sanyang from the Seed Garden chose the Wang clan. The frigid Immortal sect couldn't accept it. Yuqin is the goddess of many people's dreams. She's been humiliated, so of course some people will try to get back at her. A bunch of idiots. It's none of their business. No matter how fierce the battle is, Miss Yuqin won't even look at them. On the other side, someone else was also discussing, I heard that Wan Wu went to the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet? That's right. The King of Adventure personally sent him there. I never thought that the King of Adventure would come to the Middle Realm. He's the treasure of the Root organization. He's always been crazy about the lower realms. Nobody knows more about the lower realms than him. The King of Adventure is indeed someone worthy of respect. That's why Wan Wu was directly sent to the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet. That's where you're wrong. Wan Wu wasn't able to enter the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet because of his status as the King of Adventure. He's already an enlighter and he's been training in the lower realms all this time. When he goes to the ruler's realm, the White Dragon clan's young ancestor will have to rely on him. That's true. The Prime Clear One muttered to himself. Wan Wu was a disciple of the King of Adventure in the lower realms. Someone from the Root organization has gone up again. These people aren't to be trifled with. They've been fighting in the lower realms all year round and they all have killing intent. So what if they have killing intent? The truly powerful people in our region are all in the 4 cardinal scales. The rest are either subordinate to the 4 cardinal scales or have been eliminated. Shu, don't spout nonsense. Do you want to die? Did I say something wrong? Isn't the alliance of... Just as he finished speaking, a bamboo skewer shot over from afar and pierced through that person's neck, causing blood to spill onto the ground. The man clutched his neck and unwillingly fell to the ground, dead. Many people looked at the entrance as an old man walked in. His eyes were cold and golden flames occasionally spread out from his body, burning the void and distorting it. One could faintly see cracks in the void. This was an envoy-level powerhouse. Nonsense. You deserve to die. The old man didn't even look at the people on the first level as he walked straight up. The first level was silent as everyone looked at the dead man on the ground, but they didn't feel any sympathy. What did it mean to survive in this region of space? Everyone knew what to say and what not to say. This person definitely had a grudge with the 4 cardinal scales, or else he wouldn't have been so aggressive. That senior just now was from the Zijin family, right? That's right. It's too easy to recognize someone from the Zijin family. That means that Jin Feiyuan should be arriving soon. Jin Feiyuan is an expert from Xinwu Plain who can head to the ruler's realm. We'll be able to catch a glimpse of the Zijin family's young master. Mr. Zue was still drunk and he didn't even notice that someone had just died. When he heard Jin Feiyuan's name, he put down his glass and asked, "Is this person confident?" Shangqing replied calmly, "I'm not sure how strong he is, but he should be confident." "If he loses, you'll die," Mr. Zue said calmly. Shangqing fell silent. In the distance, a purple-gold undying bird soared through the sky and descended. Inside the ancestral gazing tower, countless people looked on enviously. It was Jin Feiyuan, destined to accompany the young master of Xinwu Plain to the ruler's realm. In front of the ancestral gazing tower were 4 different-shaped bridges. One of them was like a chain that led to Xinwu Planet. On the bridge, the young girl Xia Tyli looked up. "You're here. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Watch how I'll teach you a lesson." The purple-gold undying bird flew towards the bridge on Xinwu Planet. Suddenly, as if it had been attacked, it looked down and saw Shangqing walking out of the ancestral gazing tower. It glared fiercely and swooped down. Shangqing looked up. This should be his first real battle in this part of the universe, so he shouldn't reveal his 3 sons' ancestral qi. No one had expected that Jin Feiyuan would be attacked. Although the Zijin clan's reputation wasn't as great as the Lu clan or the Seed Garden, it was second only to the Lu clan and the Seed Garden in the Central Plains. They had pledged allegiance to Xinwu Plain, and Jin Feiyuan had been recognized by everyone as an expert who could enter the ruler's realm. An hour later, in the ancestral gazing tower, countless people stared blankly. Even Xia Tyli couldn't believe her eyes. Jin Feiyuan had been defeated, and he had been defeated rather miserably. His opponent hadn't been injured at all. No matter how Jin Feiyuan attacked, he couldn't harm him at all. "How dare you!" roared the old man who had used the bamboo stick to kill Shangqing. He took a step forward and pierced through the void to grab Xianxia. Mr. Zui looked up but didn't attack. Xianxia didn't look panicked at all. Just as the old man was about to attack Xianxia, an unparalleled power swept out, distorting the void and pushing the old man 1,000 meters away. Since when did you have the right to be so impudent on Gazing Isle? A huge voice reverberated throughout the area, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. This was an absolute powerhouse. Every junior progenitor planet was protected by an absolute powerhouse. Junior progenitor planet was a planet that the cosmic tree of trees had freely provided support to future progenitors, including a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, 2 envoys and at least 10 enlighters. These people hadn't been forced but rather had volunteered. They had either reached the limit of their cultivation or were nearing the end of their lifespans. Only by following the junior progenitor and waiting for him to break through to the progenitor realm could they be given a new life. They were incomparably subservient to the junior progenitor and truly treated him as a progenitor. The person who had attacked was the junior progenitor planet's junior progenitor planet, who had a power level of over 1,000,000 and had undergone 6 origin tribulations. The old man from the Zijin clan trembled. "Senior, please forgive me. This junior has been impudent. Please forgive me, junior progenitor." Chapter 14:10. Those from Shenwu Plain would naturally be dealt with by Shenwu Plain. Only those from Shenwu's junior ancestor planet could attack. Anyone else would be seen as a provocation. No one paid any attention to the old man as everyone's attention was focused on Xianxia. When had such a powerhouse appeared in the middle plane? He had defeated Jin Feiyuan without being injured. The violet gold flames around Jin Feiyuan's body were extremely weak, and his hair was disheveled. He was handsome but now he looked extremely ferocious. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Xianxia ignored him. A few people were walking over from the bridge that led to Junior Ancestor Planet. There were 3 women and 1 man. They were the representatives of the 4 junior ancestors, and they were looking for people who were qualified to enter Junior Ancestor Planet. Yuchen represented Junior Ancestor Planet Hanxian, Xia Taili represented Junior Ancestor Planet Shenwu, Long Shi represented Junior Ancestor Planet White Dragon, and Wang Dashui represented Junior Ancestor Planet Wang. Yuchen, Xia Taili and Long Shi all walked over. Wang Dashui glanced at them and then he suddenly dashed towards Xianxia. This scene made many people feel strange. What was going on? Xianxia also looked at Wang Dashui strangely. The 3 girls were walking step by step and they were very reserved and elegant. This guy, on the other hand, was like a race, ruining the atmosphere. After hearing what he said, the atmosphere was even more ruined. "Brother, come with me. I'll take you to see Wang Su. That's the Wang family's junior ancestor and she's a great beauty. Come follow me." Wang Dashui was very enthusiastic. Many people were speechless when they heard this. Was he trying to solicit customers? Xianxia looked at him blankly and was at a loss of what to do. He had grown up in Glory Mountain since he was young, and the people he saw and interacted with were the most cultured people. He had never seen such a person who was filled with the aura of the pugilistic world. Even in the nest, no criminal dared to approach him. The only person he had an impression of was Lu Yin. Back on the Mountain and Sea Realm's golden stage, Lu Yin had actually backed down when Feather Mavis had challenged him to a spar. Wang Dashui's act of soliciting customers and his impudent running had directly destroyed Yu Qin and the other two's rhythm. Their expressions changed. If they still walked step by step now, they would look no different from idiots. Xia Taili pursed his lips, rolled his eyes and landed in front of Xianxia. "Hey, the senior from Shenwu's junior ancestor planet helped you just now. Come with me to Shenwu's junior ancestor planet. My brother must think highly of you." The Zijin clan is a vassal clan of the Shenwu heaven. If he goes there, it's hard to say what the Zijin clan will do in the Dominator world. Or is the Shenwu heaven willing to give up Jin Feiyuan for him? Said Yuchen. Xia Taili was speechless. No matter what, the Zijin clan was still a vassal clan of the Shenwu heaven. If they gave up on Jin Feiyuan because of this person, it would undoubtedly be disappointing. But if they didn't give up, then Jin Feiyuan would join this trip to the Dominator world. Just as Yuchen had said, no one knew what he would do. After all, the elder from the Zijin clan had just attacked Xianxia, so Xianxia would definitely hold a grudge against him. Xia Taili glared angrily at the elder from the Zijin clan. That one attack had put her in a passive position. Jin Feiyuan is Jin Feiyuan. That old guy can't represent the entire Zijin clan. Yuchen smiled. Let's see if this gentleman thinks so. Look, Jin Feiyuan's expression is very unfriendly. Xia Taili glared at Jin Feiyuan. Jin Feiyuan hurriedly lowered his head, but the hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. Xia Taili gritted his teeth. Idiot. Yu Chen's words had caused the Shenwu heaven to lose their chance to invite Shangqing. No matter how enthusiastic Wang Dashui was, Shangqing would never join him. They were not on the same side. The cold immortal sect has many experts. Among the disciples, Dongshan and Donghe are both enlighters and they will definitely head to the dominator world. That means that there are only 2 spots left for outsiders. With the cold immortal sect's status in the cosmic tree realm, they will be able to invite more experts from their generation than even the 3 of us combined. In that case there will be many people vying for these 2 spots. Yuchen smiled. I heard that the King of Adventure's disciple Wan Wu and the School of Agriculture's Nong Lai are both interested in junior ancestor Long Tian. Those 2 are also enlighters, so if you include yourself, Princess Long Shi, then won't there only be 1 spot left for outsiders? Long Shi looked at Yu Chen. I can withdraw at any time. This was a harsh statement and Yu Chen could not refute it. In the end, Shangqing chose the cold immortal sect. He belonged to the 5th mainland's Hall of Honor and he was the true number 1. If not for Bai Xiaohong's freakish strength, he would have been a supreme. In this region of space, only the cold immortal sect matched his temperament. Furthermore, he also wanted to see if Bai Xiaohong's strength could match up to his ancestral qi. Shangqing did not believe that he was inferior to the 4 junior ancestors because he was not the only one who could compete with them. There were also progenitors Chen and Hui. Wang Dashui felt that it was a pity. I invited him so enthusiastically, but he didn't give me any face. Is it because I'm too handsome that he feels inferior? That must be it. Long Shi glanced at Junior Ancestor Planet without any expression and returned to the bridge. Xia Taili stomped her foot and grumbled angrily. It was not only because Shangqing had gone to Junior Ancestor Planet, but also because she had been completely suppressed by Yu Chen and could not even retort. Jin Feiyuan gritted his teeth and bowed to Xia Taili. I was careless this time, but I won't lose the next time I meet him. Xia Taili turned around and glared at him. Nonsense, you can't beat him. Jin Feiyuan wanted to say something, but Xia Taili waved him off impatiently. Alright, stay here and recuperate. Once you're healed you can go see my brother. Don't make things difficult for him. She then turned around and returned to the bridge. Jin Feiyuan was sullen and blood seeped out of his mouth again. He thought back to the battle just now and wondered why his attacks had been useless against this person. He could not figure it out. The elder from the Zijin family walked over from afar, his face still pale. Young master, let's return to the ancestral gazing pavilion first. Once you're healed you can go see the junior ancestor. Jin Feiyuan gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I won't lose just like that. He then walked towards the ancestral gazing pavilion. By this time, Lu Yin had already arrived at the central flat sea. The central flat sea surrounded the central flat realm and was similarly vast. Because of the incident with half-ancestor Kuei Luo, Long Kuei had been worried that they would be stopped along the way. Fortunately, no one had stopped them all the way to the central flat sea. However, the cloud connection stone had been constantly vibrating along the way. Lu Yin was truly curious as to how much information half-ancestor Kuei Luo had obtained in the past for these people to be so crazy about it. Of course, there were naturally some who wanted to know the secrets of others as well. Didn't half-ancestor Kuei Luo reveal the secrets of those people? Why are there still so many people who want to know? Lu Yin asked curiously. Long Kuei was unhappy. He didn't reveal everything. Before his death, half-ancestor Kuei Luo announced that he had hidden even more secrets throughout the cosmic tree realm that could be discovered at any time. That's why so many people have been searching for him for so many years, but no one has been able to obtain those secrets. Could it be fake? Lu Yin guessed. Long Kuei replied, it's 90% likely. Otherwise, even a half-ancestor wouldn't be able to find him. It doesn't make sense. Lu Yin was amused as he was rather curious about this half-ancestor Kuei Luo. He had disgusted the entire cosmic tree realm, which was truly insane. Lu Yin didn't know what the man's intentions were, but if he really was insane, then there shouldn't be any ulterior motive. Jin Feiyuan was actually defeated. It seems like there are still many hidden elites who haven't revealed themselves. Long Kue was astonished. Jin Feiyuan? Lu Yin was curious. Long Kue introduced him. He's a descendant of a vassal family of Shenwu Plain, the Zijin family. This family isn't simple, and they're known as the Zijin undying bird that can rise from the ashes. Phoenix clan? Lu Yin almost blurted out. He easily defeated Jin Feiyuan and joined Young Ancestor Planet? The frigid immortal sect is indeed the most attractive, Long Kue commented. He then continued, according to the princess, you can go to Young Ancestor Planet, but you can't follow her to the Sovereign Realm. It's too dangerous and you might even run into Bai Xiaohong. That's why the princess wants you to avoid breaking through to the Enlighter realm if possible, even if it means offending the Young Ancestor. Lu Yin nodded. Understood. Once you reach Young Ancestor Planet, there will definitely be people who will cause trouble for you because of Half-Ancestor Kue Luo. Just ignore them. Once you reach Young Ancestor Planet, you'll have the Young Ancestors' protection, and no one will be able to harm you, Long Kue advised. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, I'm an honest person. Long Kue was stunned as that sounded familiar. He remembered that before he had gone to the humble Yin Mountain district, Lu Yin had said the same thing several times. After that, a series of events had occurred and even the Nine Gates superintendent had been drawn out. On Wangyu at the top floor of Ancestral Gazing Tower, Jin Feiyuan had been here for several days, and his injuries had mostly recovered. Young master, that person from Xian Academy has arrived, the elder from the Zijin family whispered. Jin Feiyuan looked at the entrance to the 7th floor. A man in white robes walked over with a book in hand and a smile on his face. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he gave off a comfortable vibe. His eyes, in particular, gave off a strange sense of oppression even though they weren't sharp. The 7th level could only be reached by an emissary leading the way, but no one stopped this man when he arrived. Below, many people were discussing. It's him, Xian Academy's #1 scholar. I never thought that Xian Academy would send someone here as well. Didn't they say that they wouldn't participate in the 4-way scales? This isn't about the 4-way scales but rather the sovereign realm. Who doesn't want to become a progenitor? But I've never heard of anyone from Xian Academy participating. This seems to be the first time. Jin Feiyuan looked at the man who had reached the 7th floor and frowned. He curiously asked, isn't Xian Academy supposed to be able to become a progenitor at the end of one's writing? What, have you realized that you were wrong and want to explore the sovereign realm? The man clasped his hands behind his back and smiled at Jin Feiyuan. My academy's ancestors once said that one can become a progenitor at the end of one's writing, but is there an end to writing? If there are people, then there will be articles. Who can read to the end? Illiterates are really scary. After a week of continuous updates, Blown by the Wind slowed down a bit. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1411. Jin Feiyuan raised his eyebrows. Xian Academy has never participated in the affairs of the ruler realm. Now that they've sent you here, their intentions are clear. They wish to participate in the matter of the 4-way scales. If word of this spread, it would cause others to suspect that Xian Academy was participating in the matter of the 4-way scales, and it would bring about a great deal of trouble. The 4-way scales would not let Xian Academy off. Jin Feiyuan's words were poison to Xian Academy. The man rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Jin Feiyuan was furious. Wen Shisui, be careful with your words. You're a scholar. Wen Shisui sneered. That's how scholars treat hoodlums. So what? Hit me if you can. Can you beat me? Studying is for the sake of talking nicely with a gentleman. Against a hoodlum like you, fists are the law. Jin Feiyuan immediately attacked. He could not win an argument against Wen Shisui, but Wen Shisui was not afraid of him. The purple gold flames and all sorts of strange characters clashed on the 7th floor. They fought for more than 2 hours, but there was no clear winner. Not bad, Jin Feiyuan. You've just been beaten up, but you still have the energy to fight me. As expected of the undying bird. You're amazing at taking a beating, Wen Shisui mocked. Jin Feiyuan panted. If you're so strong, then don't ever enter the sovereign's realm. Nonsense. Wen Shisui sneered again. Jin Feiyuan snorted. Jin Feiyuan, believe it or not, someone will beat up a hoodlum like you very soon, Wen Shisui said. Jin Feiyuan raised his eyebrows. You're the most resilient person in Xian Academy. Is there anyone else besides you who can fight me? When Shui shook his head. Illiterates are scary. I'm not just talking about Xian Academy. There are too many other people who can't stand you. That Xianxia guy must have beaten you up because he didn't like you. Jin Feiyuan was furious. At that moment, a white fatty rushed into the ancestral gazing tower and ran towards Wen Shui with a burning gaze. Wen Shui's mouth twitched. He had arrived at Wangyu long ago and had personally seen the battle between Xianxia and Jin Feiyuan. He had also seen the way Wang Dashui had invited people. He hurriedly said, "Brother Wang, please wait. I'm not in a hurry to go to Junior Planet. I've already made a decision." Wang Dashui asked eagerly, "Have you made a decision?" Who? Of course it's our Wang clan. Our junior ancestor is so pretty. Wen Shizhong was speechless. It's my white dragon race. Long Shi's voice came from afar. Wang Dashui looked over. Why should I? Long Shi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Wen Shui helplessly replied, "It really is the white dragon race. Please forgive me, Brother Wang." Wang Dashui blinked his eyes and was a little confused. Was his way of inviting him wrong? Or was he too handsome? Yu Qin and Xia Taili didn't come out at all. They knew that Wen Di would never help the cold immortal sect and the divine martial heaven. Xian Academy had always disliked them. Yu Chen's eyes flashed as she looked at the number 1 scholar of Ancestral Gazing Tower. Xian Academy? As long as they remained neutral it would be fine. Otherwise they would not continue to exist. The most obvious difference between the starry sky trees and the fifth mainland was the lack of combat power. The four-way scales had nurtured many elite powerhouses, and there were more than 1 or 2 enlighters in the same generation as the junior ancestor. Outside of the four-way scales, even the Sword Steel's Lu family and the Seed Garden's Farmer family had far fewer elite powerhouses than the four-way scales, let alone the other powers in the Central Plain realm. Although the Hall of Honor was in charge of the fifth mainland and had nurtured many top-notch powerhouses, there were still powerhouses in the Innerverse who could rival the Hall of Honor, let alone the Neoverse. Something like this would never happen in the starry sky trees. The four-way scales had to be the strongest. These were the concepts that Lu Yin had summarized after arriving in the starry sky trees. Here the four-way scales were too tyrannical. Lu Yin rode on the back of the hoe and smoothly crossed the Central Plain Sea. He saw a huge island floating in the sky in the distance. That was Wangyu. What about the junior ancestor planet? Isn't it connected to Wangyu? Lu Yin was curious. Since it was a planet it couldn't be too small. Long Kuei looked at the floating island in the distance with longing in his eyes. You can only see the junior ancestor planet if you climb to Wangyu. Wangyu and the planet will only appear after the origin wheel sacrifice. The hoe was too large and eye-catching. When it appeared not far from Wangyu, it attracted the attention of many people. One of the elder's eyes flashed and he raised his Cloud Connect stone to contact someone. Atop the ancestral gazing tower, Jin Feiyuan was already preparing to head to Shenwu's junior ancestor planet. He didn't want to waste time arguing with Wen Xingyi, but he was stopped by the elder from the Zijin family. "Young master, Long 7 is here." Jin Feiyuan was stunned, but then he sneered. "He really came. He's smart. As long as he enters the White Dragon Junior Ancestor planet, no one will be able to disturb him." "What about the matter that the family head wants us to ask about?" the elder asked. Jin Feiyuan thought about it. "Don't ask anything for now lest we be targeted." The elder nodded. "Understood." Wangyu was huge and the ancestral gazing tower was very conspicuous. Ho's huge body quickly shrank and landed on Long Kuei's shoulder. Long Kuei looked up at the tower. He was finally here again. He still remembered that the last time he had been here, the scene was completely different from what it was today. Scope. Long Kuei sighed and stepped into the tower. Lu Yin followed closely behind. Ho's appearance had created an envoy's level of pressure, and everyone was paying attention to Long Kuei and Lu Yin. On the first floor of the tower, Mr. Zui also saw Long Kuei and Lu Yin, but he didn't care. He lowered his head and continued drinking. Lu Yin looked around curiously as he had been to a similar place more than once. Before the mountain and sea realms 5 scions of the stars had competed, the brothels had been similar to the ancestral gazing tower, and many people had been waiting there. These people all hoped to become progenitors, but very few could actually enter the junior ancestor planet. If you want to enter the junior ancestor planet, You either have to be famous for a long time or have shown enough value on Wanyu. The ancestral gazing tower is the closest to the junior ancestor planet, and you can also see the bridge that leads to the junior ancestor planet. It's the best choice, Long Kue explained. What about me? Luyin asked. Long Kue replied, Princess Long, she will bring you to the junior ancestor planet soon. The two gradually reached the top floor where the atmosphere was very quiet. There weren't many people here, and when Lu Yin arrived he was immediately attracted to Jin Feiyuan. He was too eye-catching and his body was covered in violet gold flames. This must be the undying bird. Jin Feiyuan and Lu Yin looked at each other calmly. Lu Yin continued to look at the others. The elders present were all envoys and the youths who followed them were all elites. The two of them found a table by the window and Lu Yin turned around to look. He saw 4 bridges of different shapes and he blinked. Were those really bridges? Strictly speaking, they could be considered bridges. Off in the distance 4 winding paths floated in the sky, extending into the distance. The furthest path was connected to 4 enormous planets. That had to be the junior ancestor planet. Senior Long Kue, do you still remember this junior? A voice broke the silence. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a young girl beside him, who was curiously looking at Wen Xingyi. Long Kue and Lu Yin turned around at the same time. You are? Mr. Lu Yi? Long Kue wasn't sure. The middle-aged man smiled. I didn't think that Senior Long Kue would still remember this junior. I'm deeply honored. Long Kue solemnly replied. Who in the Central Realm doesn't know about Flying Willow? He's a legend. The two of them worked together and helped the humble school capture Redback, who had crossed 5 origin tribulations. That was a great contribution to the human race. Mr. Lu Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior, you're too kind. We were just stalling for time until Senior Qingchen arrived. Our contributions were actually very little. He then turned to the young girl beside him and said, Go and greet Senior Long Kue. The young girl hurriedly stood up and bowed. Only then did Jin Feiyuan and the others notice him. They hadn't paid much attention to him before. There were too many experts in the cosmic tree realm and there were quite a few envoys. It was unlikely that they would know each other, but now that they heard that this middle-aged man was Mr. Lu Yi, things were different. Just as Long Kue had said, Flying Willow was a legend in the Central Realm. Both of them had crossed 3 origin tribulations, which meant that their power levels were over 700,000. If they worked together they could fight against an expert who had crossed 5 origin tribulations. There were very few experts who had crossed 5 origin tribulations in the cosmic tree realm, so their combined strength was equivalent to that of an expert who had crossed 5 origin tribulations. Junior Ho Qing greets the seniors. The young girl walked up to Long Kue and Lu Yin and bowed. Long Kue nodded and glanced at Lu Yin. His meaning was clear. He wanted Lu Yin to return the greeting. Lu Yin looked down. Return the greeting? Impossible, as it had nothing to do with him. He felt like he would be treated like a fool if he returned the greeting. Long Kue couldn't force him. Although his status was high, it wasn't higher than Lu Yin's and Lu Yin wasn't his junior. Ho Qing? Not a bad name and your cultivation isn't bad either. Long Kue smiled. Even if he and Tianho worked together they might not be a match for Flying Willow even if they were juniors. It's rare for a senior to praise us. Ho Qing, come back, Mr. Lu Yi said. Ho Qing looked up at Lu Yin, blinked and smiled before returning to her seat. Senior Long Kue, I have a question for Long 7. I wonder if it's convenient for you, Mr. Lu Yi said. Long Kue's eyes flashed. Mr. Lu Yi, you must be asking about your master. Mr. Lu Ye's expression turned solemn. Yes, my master has always wanted to ask about half-ancestor Kue Luo, so. Long Kue raised a hand to stop Mr. Lu Yi. It's not just you. Many people have questions for Long 7 as well. However, you've come to the wrong person. Long 7 only received a portion of half-ancestor Kue Luo's resources, and it can't even be considered an inheritance. How can he answer your questions? Mr. Lu Yi looked at Lu Yin. Is that so? The elder from the Zijin family, Jin Feiyuan, Wen Shishir, and the other emissaries in the highest echelons of the ancestral gazing pavilion had all heard Long Kue's words. Long Kue had wanted them to hear so that they could spread the news. Since Senior says so, I'll believe you, Mr. Lu Yi said politely. Lu Yin didn't say a word, which fully demonstrated his honesty, which made Long Kue feel slightly more at ease. Chapter 14:12. Brother, I'm here. A startled cry startled quite a few people. Wang Dashui appeared and ran over to Lu Yin enthusiastically. Lu Yin was stunned. Why are you here? Wang Dashui laughed. Shiguang and Luna were both invited to Junior Progenitor Planet by the Junior Progenitor. She saw that I managed to pull in 2 experts at once and said that I have a unique destiny when it comes to identifying people. She told me to stand guard outside Junior Progenitor Planet and recruit experts when the opportunity arises. Lu Yin was speechless and he looked at the fatty sympathetically. This guy would be in for a bad time after the Sovereign Realm. He had managed to pull in 2 stowaways at once, which was a huge contribution. Bro, why are you here? Are you here to watch the show? Wang Dashui asked. Lu Yin was about to speak when a pleasant voice sounded out from nearby. He's here to help Junior Progenitor White Dragon search for opportunities in the Sovereign Realm. The voice was pleasant to the ears, but for some reason Lu Yin felt uncomfortable. He looked into the distance and saw an innocent-looking girl slowly walking over with a smile on her face. Lu Yin blurted out, Miss Yuqin. Wang Dashui was puzzled. Bro, have you met her before? Yuqin smiled. Although we haven't met, we've been friends for a long time. Lu Yin smiled. It's not that mysterious. It's just a guess. Brother Draconic 7, it seems like you care about me a lot. Yuqin smiled. Lu Yin shrugged. A little. Wow, sister, listen to this. That's too much. Brother-in-law cares about someone else. Xia Taili's lively voice rang out as they arrived at the 7th floor of Ancestral Gazing Tower. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. Long Shi looked at Yuqin. I care about you a lot too. Yuqin smiled. She looked pure and innocent like a lotus flower. At that moment her smile made Wang Dashui even more mesmerized. Not only did she have to be beautiful, but she also had to be intelligent and elegant. I care about you too, especially brother Long Tian, said Yuqin. Aren't you afraid that Junior Progenitor Bai will be jealous? It's not a good habit to be cuckolded and I'm not afraid of the cold. Lu Yin spoke up, his words causing everyone to be stunned. Yuqin, Xia Taili and Long Shi were all from the 4-way scales. Jin Feiyun was from the Zijin family, and Wen Shishir was from Yi Xian Academy. All of them had powerful backgrounds and were cultured, so none of them had dared to say such words. Even Wang Dashui, who was filled with a wild aura, did not dare to say such words to Yuqin. Yuqin was stunned as she stared at him coldly. Long Shi was also stunned. Xia Taili covered his mouth. This was a provocation to young ancestor Bai. Lu Yin didn't care. When dealing with people who knew how to act, their unscrupulous nature was the most difficult thing to fathom. If Wei Rong or Wang Wen were here, then Lu Yin wouldn't have acted like this. Long Shi clearly wasn't qualified enough to compete with this woman in terms of scheming, so Lu Yin decided to let him do it. Lu Yin admitted that he wasn't good with words, and some people could kill without leaving a trace. Yuqin was clearly one of the best and he didn't want to be led by the nose by this woman. He was sure that she had come prepared to scheme against him, and since that was the case, he decided to disgust her first. This is the White Dragon clan's upbringing. Yuqin was truly disgusted. No one had ever said such things to her before, and she didn't know what to think if the junior progenitor heard about it. Long Shi didn't have any experience dealing with such things. She was a cultured princess of the White Dragon clan. Fatty Bai, on the other hand, was very experienced, but he had said those words to his old flame, so it wasn't appropriate for him to interrupt now. Lu Yin casually replied, "You said it yourself that you care about this and that. I don't even know how important junior progenitor Bai is to you." "Enough," Long Shi growled. Seeing Yu Chen's fiery gaze, she stared at Lu Yin. "Come with me to see Big Brother. He's been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Yin nodded. Xia Taili blinked. This Long 7 was really sarcastic. Yu Chen's tone was icy. "Long 7, the White Dragon clan didn't give you a good upbringing, but half-ancestor Kuei Luo did teach you quite a bit. It looks like you've obtained quite a bit of inheritance." Many people's expressions changed when they heard this, and they all stared at Lu Yin. Long Shi's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman was truly vicious. He had purposely used his shameless personality to disgust her, but she had taken the opportunity to push the blame onto demi-ancestor Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo was simply a lunatic. How could a disciple of the White Dragon clan, who had been nurtured by the 4 cardinal scales, be so uncultured? Unless he had been taught by someone else, and that person was undoubtedly Kue Luo. Lu Yin turned back and looked at Yu Qin, his eyes filled with an indescribable coldness. This gaze actually made Yu Qin flustered. She had followed by Xiaohong for a long time, and all she had seen were people at the top of the universe. There were very few people who could make her feel flustered, but at this moment she felt as if she was looking at Lady Bai Xianer in Lu Yin's eyes. This pressure wasn't brought about by his cultivation, but rather by his soul. It was so oppressive that she couldn't breathe. Hey, don't tell me you guys want to fight. Don't drag this handsome guy into this. I still want to keep this handsome face to accompany my old lover. Pa, see you later. The white fatty laughed, winked at Lu Yin and then ran off. His words caused Lu Yin to receive less attention. He had said it on purpose so that others would hear it. The Wang family had also raised such a wild person, so it was normal for the White Dragon clan to have someone like Lu Yin. Yu Qin frowned. She hadn't expected this fatty to disrupt her plans, but it didn't matter. She would still be suspicious and it wouldn't affect her too much. Sco. Big brother will wait for you, Long, she said indifferently before heading towards Junior Ancestor Planet. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yu Qin one more time before following Long Shi. This was a competition between their generation, so Long Kue and the other envoys didn't say anything. Xia Taili's eyes lit up. This was just the right time to watch. The frigid Immortal sect and the White Dragon clan were becoming more and more tense. Jin Feiyun didn't dare to speak while the four sides fought. He waited for Long Shi to lead Lu Yin away before walking over to Xia Taili and respectfully asking, Princess Taili, may I go to Junior Ancestor Planet? In Xinwu Plain, Xia Taili was the younger sister of Junior Ancestor Xia Shenfei, so she was also a princess. She was in a good mood. Sure, come with me. Thank you, princess. Jin Feiyuan was delighted. Xia Taili looked at Yu Qin and smiled sweetly. Do you not care about my big brother, Xia Shenfei? Yu Qin's expression turned ugly. Respect. Xia Taili clapped and praised. You're good with words. She then raised a finger. Let's go, Phoenix. Jin Feiyuan was speechless. When others mentioned the Phoenix, it was usually out of respect, but when it came from Xia Taili, it felt like a joke. Outside the ancestral gazing pavilion, Long Shi led Lu Yin towards Junior Ancestor Planet. Up ahead, another group of people just happened to arrive. A flying beast landed with a middle-aged man and an outrageously handsome youth on its back. When the middle-aged man saw Long Shi and Lu Yin walk out of the pavilion, he hurriedly led the youth down with a respectful expression. I'm Xin Nan, the city lord of Bifrost City. Greetings, Princess Long Shi. He then winked at the youth beside him. However, the youth did not move and merely stared ahead. Xin Nan grew anxious. Yao Xian, greetings. Yao Xian was stunned, but he quickly stepped forward. I'm Yao Xian from Bifrost City. Greetings, Princess Long Shi. Long Shi nodded indifferently. Your Bifrost City belongs to Xinwu Plain, so there's no need to greet me. She then turned and left. Behind Long Shi, Lu Yin stared speechlessly at Yao Xian. What a coincidence. Yao Xian's heart was in turmoil and he felt like he had seen a ghost. How could they run into each other here? Hadn't this guy gone missing? How had he ended up here? And from the looks of it, his status was quite high. Yao Xian watched as Long Shi led Lu Yin away. Xin Nan exhaled and looked at Yao Xian reproachfully. Fortunately, Princess Long Shi did not pursue this matter. Otherwise, with our statuses, even if she taught him a lesson, Xinwu Plain would not have interfered. She's Princess Long Shi of the White Dragon clan? Then who's the one next to her? Yao Xian asked. Xin Nan replied, if I'm not wrong, that should be Long 7. Yao Xian pursed his lips. Long 7, Long 7. Damn it. This guy had actually boarded the four-way scales ship, and his status was quite high as well. Yao Xian had been on the Bifrost Bridge ever since he had arrived in the Cosmic Tree Realm, but he still knew a bit about what had happened in the outside world, especially major events such as Princess Long Shi's wedding. Who would have thought that the one who had married her would be Lu Yin? He thought back to the Sovereign Tournament when Lu Yin had challenged everyone else and shocked the universe. His invincible might had been inconceivable to Yao Xian. The Astral Beast domain had been relieved that Lu Yin had gone missing, but who would have thought that this guy would arrive here first? Could it be that the humans had tricked them? If they had sent Lu Yin here first, then they were definitely treacherous humans. Let's go, this is the Ancestral Gazing Tower. You have to perform well later. We don't have the qualifications to go to the top floor, so you can cause trouble on the 1st to 6th floors. If you really can't do it, then you'll have to force your way through the bridge. There's always a way to gain the junior ancestor's approval, Xianxia said. Zhou Xian nodded. The two entered the tower, and at that moment Xiaotaili happened to be coming down with Jin Feiyuan. Xianxia's pupils shrank when he saw Xiaotaili, and he hurriedly bowed. Xianxia, City Lord of Overlook City beneath the Bifrost Bridge, greets Princess Taili. Zhou Xian from Overlook City beneath the Bifrost Bridge, greets Princess Taili. Xiaotaili casually glanced at Zhou Xian and was immediately attracted to him. He was just too handsome. Xiaotaili had seen many elites in the Cosmic Tree realm, and there was no lack of handsome people among them. However, none of them could compare to Zhou Xian. This man was so devilishly handsome that even she was stunned. Jin Feiyuan was similarly stunned. This man's appearance was just too hateful. Xianxia looked up at Xiaotaili and was secretly pleased with himself. In truth, he did not have much confidence in Zhou Xian's strength. The reason he had brought him here was because he valued Zhou Xian's appearance more. This person was even more beautiful than a woman, and it would be perfect if he could hook up with the upper echelons of Shenwu Plain. Xianxia's target was Xiaotaili, and he had not expected to run into her as soon as he arrived at the tower. Xiaotaili stared at Zhou Xian with interest. "You're called Zhou Xian?" Zhou Xian smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. Even though he was bowing, he gave off a humble feeling. "Yes, Zhou Xian. I've never seen you before. Are you from the Bifrost Bridge? What are you doing here?" Xiaotaili asked. Chapter 14-13. Behind Xiaotaili, Jin Feiyuan's gaze turned cold. He had never spoken more than 3 sentences to Xiaotaili, and this eccentric princess had never treated him nicely. Xiao Bai's face was really asking for a beating. Xianxia answered, "Princess, Zhou Xian's strength is outstanding, so I brought him here to test for junior ancestor. If he can catch your eye and accompany you to the sovereign realm, I'll pledge my life to help junior ancestor find opportunities." Xiaotaili stared at Zhou Xian and smiled. He nodded. "An enlighter. His cultivation is sufficient, as there are very few enlighters in his generation. With this realm, he'll be able to head to junior ancestor planet to meet my elder brother." Junior ancestor, some people's realms are forcefully raised and their strength is far from matching their realms. Such people will only be a burden to you. Why don't you let me test brother Zhou Xian? Jin Feiyuan asked, his tone somewhat unpleasant. Xiaotaili felt that this was reasonable, as the trip to the sovereign realm could not be taken lightly. He frowned. "Sure, but don't be too harsh." He then added, "Don't hit his face." Jin Feiyuan grew even angrier. Not hit his face. He wanted to hit his face. Xianxia looked at Zhou Xian worriedly, afraid that the latter would be beaten too badly. After all, his opponent was a descendant of the Zijin family, and the Zijin family was not something that a mere city lord like him could compare to. Zhou Xian was rather confident. "Then please go easy on me." Jin Feiyuan sneered. "Don't worry, I won't hit your face." Xianxia could not help but emphasize, "Protect your face." Zhou Xian felt uncomfortable. What was that supposed to mean? He did not rely on his face to make a living. Jin Feiyuan sparred with another person, which attracted the attention of the people in Ancestral Gazing Tower. Jin Feiyuan had lost the previous battle too badly, and now he was the one who had initiated the challenge. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune. "That Xiao Bai's face is finished. He's so pretty. He's asking for a beating. It's rare to see such a pretty man. What a pretty guy. You have to protect your face. Don't hit his face." Jin Feiyuan stood opposite Zhou Xian with his back to Xiaotaili. His gaze was sinister. "Not hit his face. Fine, I'll burn it." With that thought, a purple gold flame rose into the sky. In the distance, Lu Yin turned around and saw the purplish gold flames in the distance. He also saw Zhou Xian fighting against Jin Feiyuan. Why were the two of them fighting? He was rather curious about Jin Feiyuan's strength. After all, Jin Feiyuan was still an enlighter and he was also an undying bird. "You've done a lot of good things during this time," said Long Shi coldly. Lu Yin hurriedly retracted his gaze, feeling a little guilty. "Most of the time I'm forced." Long Shi said coldly, "Like making a bet with the 3 Guan brothers?" Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Like going to the humble school of Huayan to look for evidence?" Lu Yin was speechless. "Like snatching tribulation crystal threads?" "I was forced to. Long Ding forced me to hit him and I accidentally hit him too hard." The tribulation crystal thread fell out and I couldn't return it to him. Who doesn't want to break through to the next realm, right? Up ahead, a winding white bridge appeared and Long Shi stepped onto it. Don't break through to the Enlighter realm. What? Don't become an Enlighter, Long Shi emphasized. Lu Yin replied, got it. Elder Long Kuei told me that before. Long Shi suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Yin seriously. This isn't a joke. The ruler's realm isn't the middle realm and there are no schemes. There's only survival. Not only do you have to face the dangerous environment but you also have to guard against the people around you. No one knows if the people around you are reliable or not. My brother doesn't care if you live or die. Lu Yin nodded. If you don't become an Enlighter, then he won't take you to the ruler's realm no matter what. Lu Yin grunted. Don't worry. It's not that easy to break through. Long Shi turned around and continued to lead Lu Yin forward. After the previous origin wheel ceremonies, the junior ancestor would explore the ruler's realm in search of opportunities. There are often stowaways who come from the abandoned lands, but their strength isn't simple. There have been many junior ancestors who have died at their hands. The ruler's realm is much more dangerous than you think, so you definitely can't go. What about you? Lu Yin asked with concern. Long Shi's heart trembled as she could tell that Lu Yin was concerned about her. I won't take the risk. My brother won't send me to my death. Lu Yin nodded. Will there be any stowaways like you mentioned? Long Shi shook her head. I don't know. It's been too long since the origin wheel ceremonies, and perhaps only the seniors who participated in the previous one or even before that would know. Although the cultivation system in the abandoned lands is broken, there are still many inheritances that come from ancient times. The area is also huge, so it's not impossible for there to be a few stowaways who are close to the junior ancestors' strength. Lu Yin was vigilant. If Long Shi could take this into consideration, then it was impossible for Long Tian not to as well. He had to be more cautious in order to avoid suspicion. The bridge that led to Junior Ancestor Planet was very long, and Lu Yin and Long Shi still hadn't reached their destination even after walking for an hour. Behind them, outside the ancestral gazing pavilion, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Xia Taili was shocked by the scene before him. Jin Feiyun had been defeated again. Compared to his previous battle with the Prime Qing dynasty, Jin Feiyun had still been able to stand up after being defeated, but this time he didn't even have any consciousness. Yao Xian's spiritual force had been too heavy a blow to him. So what if his body was that of an undying bird? The undying bird's innate gift couldn't increase one's spiritual force. Young master. The elder from the Zijin family hurried to Jin Feiyuan's side and helped him up, but Jin Feiyuan had already lost consciousness and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. The elder glared at Yao Xian with murderous intent. You're courting death. Impudent. Xia Taili said as she looked at the elder. The elder's heart trembled and he hurriedly bowed to Xia Taili. My apologies, princess. This subordinate was too worried about the young master, which was why he was disrespectful. Xia Taili snorted and looked at Yao Xian with admiration. Are you willing to follow me to Junior Ancestor Planet Shenwu? Yao Xian smiled and spoke in a pleasant and gentle voice. I wouldn't dare disobey the princess's orders. Xia Taili chuckled happily. I never thought that I would meet someone like you. She then looked at Shin Nan. You did well. Elder brother will naturally reward you. Shin Nan was overjoyed. Thank you, princess. Thank you, junior ancestor. His eyes lit up as he looked at Yao Xian. He hadn't thought that Yao Xian would be so strong that he could defeat Jin Feiyuan. Jin Feiyuan was the heir of the Zijin family. Apart from the 4-way scales, the Lu family and the seedling garden who could say that they could defeat him. Yao Xian had given him a pleasant surprise. Yao Xian smiled and looked at the 7th floor of the ancestral gazing tower. He was looking at Wen Di. Wen Di was also looking at him. Yao Xian immediately noticed how frightening Wen Xingyi was, and Wen Xingyi had been staring at him the entire time. Many people in the ancestral gazing tower sighed in amazement, and then all sorts of discussions broke out. Jin Feiyuan is too unlucky. First he was defeated by a guy and now he's been defeated by someone else. Is the heir of the Zijin family so useless? It's not that he's useless, it's that the enemy is too strong. This kid's spiritual energy is extremely strong. Even among the older generation there aren't many people who can compete with him. With his help, Shenwu Heaven will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Yuchen was also on the 7th floor of the ancestral gazing tower, and she looked down at Zhou Xian with a vigilant gaze. Zhou Xian's spiritual energy was so terrifying that he could even knock Jin Feiyuan unconscious. This person had to be on guard. The White Dragon Minor progenitor planet was completely snow-white, just like the ancestral plains that Lu Yin had seen in his dreams. This white was not cold but rather pure white. The entire planet's mountains, rivers, and buildings were all white. Lu Yin walked to the end of the bridge and looked ahead. He then leaped down with Long Shi and stepped onto the planet. The planet wasn't very large and it was roughly the size of Earth. It was considered small among the countless planets in the universe, but this was Long Tian's personal territory. As soon as he stepped onto the planet, Lu Yin seemed to have discovered something. He stared into the distance. That was a star essence. Who dropped a star essence on the ground? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at a few cubes of star essence in the distance. Long Shi heard this and a strange expression appeared on his face. The entire planet has a senior who's undergone 6 origin tribulations, 2 who just became emissaries, and 1 who's undergone 1 origin tribulation. There are also 10 enlighters who protect the planet. Most of the planet's natural environment has a natural environment, and there are also 100,000 private rooms for people to cultivate in. You can cultivate here without worry as these seniors will block off any sight. Even the inheritance you obtained from the sword steel will not be seen when you cultivate. There's also one more thing. Long Shi grew serious. There are countless star essence hidden on the entire planet, and anyone who steps onto the planet can use them as they wish. Lu Yin stopped and looked at Long Shi in shock. What did you say? Countless star essence? Scattered as they wish? Used as they wish? Long Shi nodded. By countless, it's probably hundreds of millions of cubes. I'm not sure exactly how many there are, but it's enough for anyone who steps onto the planet to use as they wish. Even after using it, there's almost no decrease in the amount. Lu Yin looked back at the star essence that seemed to have fallen off the ground. It seemed like it hadn't been dropped off but rather casually tossed around. I can use it as I wish? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think eldest brother insisted that you break through on the planet? First, it's for safety, and second, there's enough star essence here for you to break through to the Enlighter realm. No, you can break through to any realm, Long Shi explained. Although Lu Yin didn't like Long Tian and the siblings didn't have a good relationship, Young Ancestor Planet was the pride of the entire White Dragon clan. This was because all of the resources here didn't come from the White Dragon clan, but rather from the entire cosmic tree. Young Ancestor Planet was a selfless contribution from the cosmic tree, and all of the resources on the planet didn't come from the White Dragon clan. Lu Yin was speechless and he even felt jealous. He was the champion of the 5th Mainland Sovereign Tournament, and he deserved to be called the strongest powerhouse there. Why didn't he receive such treatment? He also wanted an endless supply of star essence and he also wanted money. Wait a minute. He looked at the corner of the star essence that was poking out from the ground. Wasn't that his? He could use it as he wished. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 14:14. The first thing that came to his mind was his Dai's Enhance, Mount Supreme, Heaven Flame Stone, Extreme Ice Stone, and so on. Many external items were limited by their materials and couldn't be upgraded, but there were some items that couldn't be upgraded no matter how much money he had. In that case, wouldn't this be enough? It doesn't matter how much I use? Lu Yin asked tentatively, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible. Long Shi said, everything here is marked, so it's fine to use it, but you can't take it out or else you'll be discovered. Lu Yin didn't plan on taking any of the star essence with him, as there was no point in using too much of it. But now the problem was that he had to figure out how to use the star essence in a way that Long Tian and the others wouldn't notice. He couldn't use the star essence in one place, or else he would definitely be discovered if he used too many. This was just like shearing wool. You couldn't keep shearing in one place. As his thoughts ran wild, Lu Yin followed Long Shi to the peak of a beautiful mountain range where he saw Long Tian. The first time Lu Yin had met Long Tian in the real world, he hadn't been able to sense anything from the young ancestor through the Cloud Connect stone, but now that they were face to face, he immediately sensed a deeply hidden and terrifying aura. It was like a volcano that was waiting to erupt, and no one knew how much power this person was hiding. This feeling was similar to when he had faced off against the prime clear lineage in the mountain and sea realm during the competition for the 5 signs of the stars. No matter what he did, he couldn't see the end of it. Ever since Lu Yin had broken through to the hunter realm, Long Tian was one of the few people in his generation who had given him such a feeling. This person's strength might be comparable to that of the prime clear lineage when the ancestral qi of the three suns erupted. In fact, he might even surpass it. Lu Yin had originally thought that the four young ancestors were at most comparable to the prime clear lineage. During the sovereign tournament, Wang Yi, an absolute expert from the cosmic tree realm, had not been able to defeat the prime clear lineage. The prime clear lineage's strength had suppressed Wang Yi's generation, which was equivalent to the young ancestors. However, now that he was facing the young ancestors, Lu Yin felt that his guess might have been wrong. Of course, that was referring to the prime clear from the sovereign tournament. Whenever the prime clear strength improved by a tiny bit, the strength of Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Hui that were manifested by the three young ancestral qi would also increase accordingly. What did it mean for those two to increase their strength by a tiny bit? Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin sized up Long Tian, and Long Tian naturally looked back at him. "I have to say that you've surprised me," Long Tian said in a low voice. Perhaps it was because he had been in the top position for a long time, but there was an indescribable pressure. Unfortunately, this pressure was useless against Lu Yin. You went from being an ordinary hunter to being able to defeat Long Ding, who broke through to the next level. You've made quite a leap in strength. Lu Yin casually answered, "I've always hidden a little." Half-Patriarch Kuei Luo's legacy? Dragon Sky was curious. Lu Yin nodded. Long Tian laughed. Half-Ancestor Kuei Luo's spiritual force was powerful, but you defeated Long Ding without using it. What you used was the inheritance from the sword steel. Use this inheritance well and it will allow you to reach the pinnacle. He then tossed Lu Yin a small, ordinary-looking bottle that was filled with liquid. This is dragon saliva. Use it to increase your body's strength. I'll place you in a high-temperature environment and refine your star energy so that you can absorb it and break through to the Enlighter realm as soon as possible. Lu Yin was stunned. Absorbing star energy at high temperatures? Wasn't this his shortcut? Sure enough, he wasn't the only one who knew about this shortcut, but there were too few who could actually use it. The white dragons had powerful bodies, so they could naturally use it as well. Long Shi's eyes flashed as she knew how precious dragon saliva was. It was something that had dripped down from the ancestral Mang's mouth over countless years, and it was very difficult to collect. One needed both strength and luck. "Thank you, elder brother," Dragon Sky solemnly said. "I only gave him the dragon saliva because he broke through to the next level. He has value in improving himself, or else I wouldn't have wasted it. As for you, the clan has already prepared a tribulation crystal pillar, so you should break through as soon as possible." Long Shi nodded and looked at Lu Yin worriedly. "I'll protect you as you absorb the dragon saliva. There's no need for that. Dragon saliva isn't dangerous. Although it'll hurt when I absorb it, I've already endured the pain of breaking through to the next level, so this bit of pain is nothing." Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. "Don't worry. I'll do my best to break through to the Enlighter realm and help you on your trip to the ruler's realm. Whether or not you can go to the ruler's realm will depend on competing with the others," Dragon Sky said indifferently. He then exerted force with his foot, causing a huge crack to appear on the mountain. Finally, it exploded and an extreme heat wave surged into the sky, sweeping through the sky and turning the white sky a dark red. Unparalleled heat surged out from the ground, dyeing the surroundings red and burning the trees on the mountain. Many areas were reduced to ashes. Lu Yin looked down and saw that the interior of the mountain was filled with surging black magma. The heat of the magma was an eye-opener for him. It was definitely not as high as the temperature difference in the Blaze realm. If he were to calculate the power level of the magma, then it might even reach 500,000. This is the heat that the white dragons use to train their bodies, and it's only the lowest temperature on Junior Progenitor Planet. Use this heat to melt star essence and absorb it. I hope that you can break through to the Enlighter realm before you go to the ruler's realm. Only then will you be able to go with me, Dragon Sky said. Long Shi was anxious. "Elder brother, this is the temperature that you use to train. How can Draconic 7 withstand it?" Dragonsky's tone was stern. "Do you think that dragon saliva is trash? You haven't even used it before. Its effects on the body are extremely strong, and if you can't even withstand the lowest temperature, then you don't deserve to be a white dragon." Long Shi wanted to say something else, but Lu Yin interrupted him. "I can definitely withstand it. Dragonsky was satisfied. Not only can the dragon saliva increase your physical strength, but it can also stimulate your bloodline and give you the ability to transform into a white dragon. Once you break through to the Enlighter realm, you'll be able to combine the Sword Steel's battle techniques with half-ancestor Kuei Luo's spiritual force. Only then will you have the power to suppress others, and only then will you have the qualifications to help me fight for a say in the White Dragon clan. He then looked deeply at Lu Yin before vanishing. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Dragonsky had disappeared so quickly that he couldn't even see him clearly. He had surpassed Wang Yi's speed during the Sovereign Tournament. This was the junior progenitor's strength. Wait a minute, did he just say something incredible? White Dragon transformation. Lu Yin stared blankly at Long Shi. Me? White Dragon transformation. Long Shi's expression turned ugly. If one wasn't a white dragon, then no matter how much dragon saliva they absorbed, they wouldn't be able to transform into a white dragon. If Draconic 7 couldn't transform into a white dragon, then Dragonsky would definitely suspect his bloodline. Just thinking about this gave Long Shi a headache. What if Dragonsky wants me to transform into a white dragon? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi glared at him. You don't have to worry about that for now. Absorb the dragon's saliva first. Lu Yin grunted. He didn't want to worry about that either, but he had to have an attitude when facing Long Shi. Once he reached the sovereign realm, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. No, he had almost forgotten that his goal was to investigate the origin of that finger and his own background. He was different from those people who couldn't see the light, who could escape after snatching the opportunity. Elder Chan had already prepared a backup plan, so Lu Yin couldn't escape. He had to be careful. Then I won't be polite. Lu Yin opened the bottle. Do you want me to eat the dragon's saliva? Long Shi was annoyed that an outsider was using dragon's saliva. It's up to you. You can eat it or rub it on your body as long as you absorb it. Even though Dragonsky had told her not to guard him, how could Long Shi be at ease? Lu Yin swallowed the drop of dragon's saliva without hesitation. It didn't have any taste, but it was a little fishy. I forgot to mention that dragon saliva is the saliva of the ancestral Mang. Long Shi said indifferently as she turned around and looked into the distance. Lu Yin was stunned and his expression turned ugly. He wanted to vomit, but in the next moment he felt an intense pain in his organs. Then a scorching energy spread throughout his body. He clenched his hands into fists. Here it comes. Without a second thought, he jumped into the dark red lava. Long Shi was shocked and subconsciously tried to grab him, but he slapped her hand away. Don't worry. He then fell into the lava with a plop. Long Shi stared at the dark red lava, afraid that Lu Yin would be burned to ashes. Fortunately, Lu Yin waved a hand after falling into the lava and sank down. Long Shi sighed in relief. No one knew what would happen if he used dragon saliva to increase his physical strength, and Lu Yin didn't want Long Shi to discover his own strength. Dragon saliva contained the power of the ancestral Mang. Long Shi had given Lu Yin a drop of essence blood that also contained the power of the ancestral Mang, but one increased his physical strength while the other increased his realm. The ancestral Mang was a progenitor that had lived since ancient times, and no one knew how powerful it was. Lu Yin had finally experienced it, as just a drop of saliva could increase his physical strength. If he told the people of the Fifth Mainland about this, they would probably be stunned. They had never come into contact with a progenitor before, and Lu Yin had even used a progenitor's power to improve himself, even if it was just saliva. The more Lu Yin thought about the saliva, the more disgusted he felt. Long Shi must have done it on purpose, waiting for him to swallow it before telling him. Why hadn't he noticed it before? She was a little two-faced. The ancestral Mang's power stimulated Lu Yin's cells, and it took half a day for the pain to end. At the bottom of the dark red lava, Lu Yin's body shone with a hazy light. This was a sign that his physical strength had reached a certain realm. It had been like this when Mr. Mu had helped him improve in the space with the Golden Ocean, and it had been the same after he had broken through. Even though he had been suppressing it with his fates, and this time his physical strength had reached the peak of his current realm. The peak of a hunter's physical strength had surpassed the limit. Lu Yin clenched his fists and guessed that with his current physical strength he should be able to cultivate to 280 stacks, or perhaps even 300 stacks. The overlaying stacks would become increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed. Even increasing one stacks was not easy, let alone going from 250 stacks to 300 stacks. If Lu Yin really did reach 300 stacks, then even Wang Yi wouldn't be able to take a single palm strike, and he would be able to easily end the sovereign tournament. How inconceivable would that be? The overlaying stacks was Lan Si's specialty, but even he could only cultivate to 200 stacks when he was a hunter. Now, however, Lu Yin could cultivate to almost 300 stacks. The only thing he lacked was someone to help him deduce it, and he didn't have a root of wisdom, so he couldn't deduce it. Chapter 14-15. With a whoosh, Lu Yin leapt out of the dark red lava. His clothes were in tatters as he landed on the peak. Longxi relaxed when he saw Lu Yin safely emerge. "How's your improvement?" Longxi asked. Lu Yin clenched his fists. "A lot. If I fight Long Ding again, I'll be able to send him flying with a single slap." Longxi replied, "Using high temperatures to melt star energy and turn it into liquid for absorption is a shortcut that the White Dragon clan and even some people from the four-way Libra use to increase their cultivation. Not just anyone can use this shortcut. You can only do it with the help of the dragon's saliva, so it won't be difficult for you to break through to the Enlighter realm." "Don't worry, I definitely won't break through. I'll do whatever you say," Lu Yin answered seriously. Longxi was astonished and he looked into Lu Yin's eyes. "I can only trust you. Don't forget what I told you before. If you go to the ruler realm, you'll most likely die." He then leapt out. "Find some star essence and melt it yourself. It's everywhere." He then disappeared. Lu Yin watched Longxi's departing figure helplessly. He wouldn't disappoint him this time. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through to the Enlighter realm, but that it would be very difficult. It was easy for others to break through, but it was much more difficult for Lu Yin. He wouldn't disappoint Longxi this time, as he also wanted to break through. Now it was time for his change. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked around. Longxi had said that the old fellows who were guarding Long Tian on this planet wouldn't keep an eye on him. He hoped that those old fellows had some integrity and wouldn't peep, or else he would have to spend a lot of effort explaining himself. Since when had star essence become cabbages that could be casually picked up? Lu Yin was deeply moved. He looked at the star essence in front of him that stretched across the mountain range. How much was this? It had to be at least 100 million cubic meters, and this was just one region of the planet. There were many similar regions on the entire planet, and Lu Yin saw at least 3 of them. If each region had a reward of 100 million star essence, then the total amount of star essence on this planet would be 100 billion or even a trillion. This was the support that the entire astral tree was giving to the junior ancestor. If he could use this amount of star essence to nurture a progenitor, then it would be a great deal. Emissaries didn't use star energy but rather astral sources. To those top-notch experts, star essence was the lowest level of cultivation resource. Lu Yin swept out with his star energy and pulled up a large amount of star essence before tossing it into the dark red lava. The star energy instantly turned into raindrops that sprinkled down, but they were quickly evaporated by the high temperature to form air once more. He had to raise his cultivation level and cultivate first to prevent people from spying on him. He had to cultivate for a period of time before he could do what he wanted. While Lu Yin was frantically sweeping up the star essence, Longxi stared at the tribulation crystal pillar in front of her in shock. It took the entire White Dragon clan and epic to collect enough tribulation crystals for Long Tian to break through the middle finger. This tribulation crystal pillar was extra, and it was only enough for her to break through the lower finger. It was impossible for her to break through the middle finger. Only by personally facing the tribulation crystal pillar could Longxi understand the shock. He also understood why Lu Yin would rather trigger the flying armor pass to snatch the tribulation crystal thread. This was a temptation that was hard to resist. Long Tian stood nearby with a calm expression. Once you break through the lower finger, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. However, the same goes for others, especially the frigid Immortal sect. They might even let a few people break through the lower finger. If you meet them in the sovereign realm, try to avoid them. Isn't that how you've always done things? Longxi asked coldly. Long Tian frowned. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. By Xiaohong isn't scary. What's scary is his sister by Xian'er. You know what she's capable of. Sister Xing, enough. Don't bring up the past. Longxi shouted. Long Tian was helpless. I didn't want things to turn out this way, but you and I were still young back then. What happened back then shouldn't have become our karma. Longxi fell silent. If Long Seven comes with me to the Sovereign Realm, I promise you that I'll do my best to ensure his safety. I know that you must have told him not to break through to the Enlighter realm, but you're underestimating men, especially those from the Four-Way Libra branch. He won't be satisfied and he'll do his best to fight for the Sovereign Realm. Long Shi looked at Long Tian. You gave him the dragon's saliva and me the tribulation crystal pillar. We'll do anything for you. Long Tian's face darkened as Long Shi's tone made him very uncomfortable. You're my sister and I won't let anything happen to you. He then turned to leave. Although Wan Wu had something to do and was taken away by the King of Adventure, Nong Lai and Wen Shizhi are both here. Even if Long Seven wants to go to the Sovereign Realm, his chances of success are slim. This trip to the Sovereign Realm is just an excuse for me to get the dragon saliva from the clan. You should know that I've already done enough. Long Shi retracted her gaze and looked at the tribulation crystal pillar again. She took a deep breath and looked resolute. Let's begin. She then placed both hands on the pillar and began to refine it just like Long Ding. However, her speed was much faster than Long Ding's. On the bridge that led to White Dragon Jr. Progenitor Planet, a uniquely dressed Nong Lai arrived. In his arms, Tian Ho looked around curiously. Alright, let's go back. Don't follow me. I can't take you there. Tian Ho didn't want to leave, but he still walked back to Wangyu Island, where the Nong family was waiting. In front of Nong Lai, Wen Shizhi was also walking slowly. They were all willing to help the White Dragon race. In the four cardinal scales, the frigid Immortal sect was too domineering. Even though they had recruited many strong cultivators, many other groups were unhappy with them. The Divine Martial sect was also domineering, but because of Xia Shenfei's charisma, there were still people who were willing to help them. Nong Sanyang had gone to the Wang clan, so Nong Lai obviously couldn't go. Otherwise Wang Su wouldn't have been at ease. Nong Lai could only choose the White Dragon race. In the forest above Wangyu Island, a person walked out. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy as if night had fallen. It was a young man in a black robe. The robe covered his entire body, only revealing his face. The young man looked grave and stern. His facial features were as sharp as a knife. He didn't look like a real person. His eyes were as calm as still water, and black chi kept emerging from his body. His appearance caused the sky within a radius of dozens of kilometers to darken. Prince Gui Qian? Someone cried out. Everyone in the ancestral gazing tower looked in the direction of the forest, astonished. It's really Prince Gui Qian. Even the ghost abyss is here. Before, during the Yuan Luan sacrificial ceremony, the ghost abyss and Yi Xian College didn't send anyone. As expected, after that event many things changed. The four cardinal scales can't control the entire starry sky anymore. They think too highly of themselves. The ghost abyss has appeared. Will the ghost ancestor appear? Impossible. Do you think the four cardinal scales ancestor will just watch? The ghost abyss won't appear that easily. On the first floor of the ancestral gazing tower, Mr. Zue looked at the forest coldly. When he saw Prince Gui Qian, he had a complicated expression. On the bridge leading to Planet Young Ancestor. This chapter isn't finished yet, please turn the page. On the bridge, apart from Long Shi, Yuchen, Xia Taili and Wang Deshuai were all there. When they saw Prince Gui Qian walking towards them, they were all astonished. The ghost abyss had existed for countless years, as long as the four cardinal scales. However, because their cultivation methods were too sinister, they were feared by the whole starry sky of trees. They had been suppressed by many forces, so they had never thought that someone from the ghost abyss would come out. Prince Gui Qian walked towards the ancestral gazing tower step by step, and then under everyone's astonished gazes, he walked towards the bridge and stood in the middle of it. Yu Chen's eyes flashed and she smiled. Prince Gui Qian, I've heard a lot about you. Xia Taili looked at Prince Gui Qian curiously. How did you cultivate that black qi? You're so handsome. Wang Deshuai gulped, thinking that it would be better if he didn't say anything. If he spoke, would it be seen as a provocation? Wang Deshuai had always thought of himself as a low-key person, unlike Zhang Yang who never provoked others. At most he had some sense of loyalty and charisma, but today he felt that his charisma had been used in the opposite way because Prince Gui Qian was walking towards him. The ghost abyss people were terrifying and even the four cardinal scales feared them. Prince Gui Qian was even scarier. His black qi and his surname made him look like a horror movie. Prince Gui Qian walked towards Wang Deshuai step by step. Wang Deshuai's eyes widened. Hey, stop. Crown Prince Gui Qian stopped and looked at Wang Deshuai with a calm gaze. Wang Deshuai blinked. What do you want? Prince Gui Qian spoke, his voice hoarse but penetrating. Help the Wang clan dominate the world and seize opportunities. Wang Deshuai froze, then laughed dryly. No, there's no need. The Wang clan has enough people. Prince Gui Qian looked up. You're still missing one. Wang Deshuai quickly waved his hands. Not bad, definitely not bad. Everyone just watched. Prince Gui Qian continued walking towards Wang Deshuai. Wang Deshuai's eyes twitched. Wait, stop, what do you want? Prince Gui Qian didn't stop this time, approaching Wang Deshuai step by step. Wang Deshuai wanted to retreat, but he didn't want to lose face. In the end, Prince Gui Qian stopped outside the bridge and turned to face the ancestral gazing tower, standing there without moving. Wang Deshuai was only 100 meters away from Prince Gui Qian, and he could feel a deep chill coming from the depths of his soul. Hey, what do you want? Prince Gui Qian didn't say anything and just stood there calmly. Wang Deshuai grew anxious as this guy was blocking the bridge's entrance. No one could enter. The Wang clan already had Heaven's Emergence Mavis, Meng Guang and Nong Sanyang, so they were indeed missing one person. With Prince Gui Qian blocking the entrance, no one could enter. Even if they invited Jin Feiyuan to help, they would have to get past Prince Gui Qian first. This was Prince Gui Qian. With Gui Qian's strange cultivation and his status as the 4 cardinal scales, Prince Gui Qian should be on the same level as the 4 junior ancestors. At the very least, he should be on the same level as Sword Steel's Lu Hao and Nong Sanyang. How many people could there be in the starry sky of trees? For the sake of the world domination, Wang Deshuai didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly ran over to Prince Gui Qian and said helplessly, Brother, don't just stand there. You're blocking the entrance. End of chapter. Chapter 14-16. Gui Qian's expression was calm as he stood there. Wang Deshuai kept trying to persuade him, but the prince refused to leave. Wang Deshuai helplessly looked at Junior Progenitor Planet, hoping that the seniors there would chase the prince away. However, there was no movement from the planet. Gui Qian was strong enough, but no one from the Ghost Abyss dared to let him follow them. Even Yu Qin had not invited him, which showed how wary she was of him. Wang Deshuai was still trying to persuade him when his expression suddenly froze. He helplessly said, Prince Gui Qian, Junior Progenitor invites you. Gui Qian turned around and walked towards Junior Progenitor Planet in an orderly manner. He was neither fast nor slow, as if everything was under his control. Wang Deshuai gritted his teeth. Where had this person come from? On Junior Progenitor Planet, Lu Yin was absorbing star energy within the dark red magma. Liquid star energy dripped from the top of his head and turned into a gas that was absorbed by him. His entire body was being scorched and roasted. With a normal person's total amount of star energy, they would be able to break through very quickly if they used this shortcut to cultivate. However, Lu Yin was different. His total amount of star energy was more than 200 times that of a normal person. In other words, if a normal person could use this shortcut to break through in a single day, it would take him 200 days. If he really needed that much time to break through to the next cycle, both Long Tian and Long Shi would be able to tell that something was wrong. Thus, Lu Yin used his body to absorb star energy while using the Heaven Fire Stone to absorb the magma. He needed to absorb enough fire and then cultivate in the time-stop space to forcefully shorten the time needed to break through. His cosmic ring contained a few million star essence, which he had obtained from this planet. It was just enough for him to break through to the next cycle. Even though he was quite wealthy, he would try his best not to spend his own money when he could spend other people's money. A few days later, Lu Yin opened his eyes and endured the high temperature. He raised his hand and his die appeared. It was time to break through to the 17th cycle. Otherwise, he would be discovered sooner or later. He placed his cosmic ring to the side and tapped the die, causing it to spin until it finally stopped at 6 pips. His eyes widened as the scene before him changed and he appeared in that mysterious space. He saw many balls of light and without hesitation he fused with the closest one. This ball of light was dim and did not belong to anyone close to him. He did not have the time to look at other people's lives for fear of being discovered. As the scene before his eyes changed again, he appeared in a martial arts arena. His body was half squatting on the ground and blood was flowing from his arm. In front of him there was a long sword pointed at his throat. Lu Yin was speechless. What was going on? Memories rushed into his mind, and his gaze turned from confusion to calmness. I already said that you're no match for me. Now you should give up, the man with the sword mocked Lu Yin. He held his sword in an elegant and unrestrained manner, and many people gasped in admiration. The person that Lu Yin had fused with was an old man from a small family that was located beneath the Bifrost Bridge. Because of the distribution of resources, this old man had been forced to compete with a rival family, and he had lost to a descendant of the rival family. However, that was not the most important thing, as Lu Yin did not care about the disputes between these small families. This old man had just broken through to the Enlightened realm. What he cared about were the old man's memories. Since he had fused with this person's body, the first thing he did was search for any memories related to the surname Lu. The man in front of him pointed his sword at his throat and looked at the old man strangely. Why did this old man look like he was in a daze? However, he immediately felt relieved. An old man who had cultivated for hundreds of years was no match for him who had cultivated for 3 years. It was normal for young people who had lived for more than 10 years to be affected. If you know the difference, then step down. This mine belongs to my family, the young man shouted arrogantly. The old man's confused gaze suddenly turned deep, and then red as if he had seen something inconceivable. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire head exploded, splattering the young man's face with blood. The young man was stunned. He had not done anything. It was over. This old man was dead and neither side would let this matter rest. A war was unavoidable. The matters of these small families had nothing to do with Lu Yin. The scene in front of him changed and he appeared in the dark red magma underground. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. What's going on? He had only wanted to read the memories related to the surname Lu, but the moment he did so he felt a splitting headache as if something had been triggered. The more he tried to understand the memories, the worse his headache became. In just an instant, the old man that had fused with Lu Yin's memories died. Lu Yin once again felt the sensation of death and the death aura in his body fluctuated, growing slightly. What was going on? Why had the memories of the surname Lu caused that old man to die? Could it be that his memories were sealed by something? However, the old man's other memories were complete. Even though it had only been a short time, Lu Yin had still seen many of the old man's memories, but the memories related to the surname Lu were vague. Before the old man had died, he had only seen one scene: red petals falling from the sky, covering the entire astral tree. This was the only memory Lu Yin had obtained, and it was precisely because of this scene that the old man's head had exploded. Lu Yin lowered his head and fell into deep thought. This had to be related to the surname Lu. When the surname Lu had appeared in the old man's memories, Lu Yin had clearly felt the old man's soul tremble and submit. Something huge must have happened in this region of space. The red petals that had filled the sky were flowers that Lu Yin had never seen before. They were beautiful and bewitching. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Yin looked up. Even though he had seen the scene of red petals filling the sky, he had not obtained any other memories related to the surname Lu. But that did not matter, as he would find out sooner or later. He was now certain that the surname Lu had existed in this region of space, and someone had submitted to it. Lu Yin exhaled and forcefully suppressed his complicated thoughts. He continued to roll his die, as increasing his strength was the most important thing right now. The last roll of 6 pips had consumed nearly 10 million star essence, but it did not matter since it was all from this planet. He could try again. As the die slowly came to a stop, Lu Yin was left speechless. 6 pips again? Was his luck that good? Just as he was thinking about it, the scene in front of him changed again. Lu Yin already knew from experience that the later he fused, the more star essence he would consume. Even though the energy consumed would not be his, if the person he was fusing with was too far away, then it would not be of any help to him. Lu Yin looked at the balls of light around him and immediately rushed towards the brightest one, instantly fusing with it. His body shook, and before he could even open his eyes to look around, he felt that something was wrong. This body was very strange. When he opened his eyes, he looked around and saw a giant tribulation crystal pillar that was at least 100 meters tall. Lu Yin's jaw dropped, and his mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. It really was a tribulation crystal pillar. How could it be so big? The tribulation crystal pillar in front of him was 10 times the size of the one Long Ding had used to break through. Lu Yin had just experienced the old man's skull shattering, And now he was actually seeing such a huge pillar. His heart could not take it anymore. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. No, something was wrong with this body. There was no sign of life and there was no star energy circulating within it. There was no energy aura and the organs were all empty. This was a corpse, but how could a corpse be fused with? Hold on. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of the most important question. Where were his memories? This body had no memories. He looked around, but everything was dark. With the structure of this body he could not see anything clearly and he did not even have any memories. The only thing he could see was the tribulation crystal pillar. Was that a leaf on the pillar? It was a giant tribulation crystal pillar that was at least 100 meters tall. In this dark, deathly space there was a single leaf, which was very strange. Lu Yin wanted to control this body, but it was not under his control. This was the first time something like this had happened. What was going on? The scene in front of him changed again and Lu Yin was dragged back to that strange place. He saw many balls of light that fused into his body, and when he looked down he saw that the star essence he had brought to the underground lava had all been used up. He had rolled 6 pips twice in a row and both encounters had been very strange. The second time in particular he had seen such a huge tribulation crystal pillar. If he was exposed it would shake the scales of the universe. If only he could find that place. Lu Yin sighed inwardly, but it was a pity that he could not control this body. If he could not control it, then that meant that this body did not have any self-awareness. However, if he could fuse with it, then the only possibility was that it was being controlled by someone else, just like when he had fused with the mechanical ants in the technocracy. There were too many secrets in this region of space and Lu Yin scratched his head regretfully. He looked up again and continued rolling the die. He would go out and get more star essence after he broke through the 17th cycle. This time he did not roll the die smoothly. He rolled one and before he could even see what it was burned to ashes by the extreme heat. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He tapped out and the die spun until it finally stopped at 4 pips. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally the time-stop space. There was nothing to be anxious about at this point, and Lu Yin directly increased the time limit by half a year. He then took out the Heaven Fire Stone and started the 17th cycle. Even if he could continuously break through in the time-stop space he could not do so as it would easily alert Long Tian. When he reached the 17th cycle, Lu Yin clenched his fists. He had broken through the lower threshold and absorbed the dragon's saliva. Now that he had broken through the 17th cycle he was much stronger than he had been during the Sovereign Tournament. With his current strength he could completely suppress people like Wang Yi and Wu Taibai even without using the Grim Reaper transformation. However, it was unlikely that he could defeat the Prime Clear's 3 young ancestral Qi, and this was only the Prime Clear from the Sovereign Tournament. The current Prime Clear had definitely improved by quite a bit. There was still some time left in the time-stop space and Lu Yin had already decided on what to cultivate. Battle Force, Golden Battle Force. He had never faced such a power before. There was a thump as Lu Yin leapt out of the dark lava. His star energy surged, indicating that he had completed the 17th cycle. He looked around but there was no one around. He then used the Cloud Connect stone to contact Long Tian. "I've broken through the 17th cycle," Lu Yin said. Long Tian did not mind. "Continue." He then ended the call. Lu Yin did not care about Long Tian's attitude, but since Long Tian was so indifferent, it was obvious that there was already an expert that he was satisfied with. Chapter 14-17. Lu Yin thought about it but he didn't know what to do. Those who had been invited to Junior Progenitor Planet by Long Tian were all experts. He wanted to beat them up so badly that they couldn't go to the ruler's realm. That way he would be the only candidate, but this was Junior Progenitor Planet. Even if those old fellows who had joined Long Tian wouldn't spy on them, how could they not know that a battle had broken out? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. As he thought about it he continued to crazily absorb star essence, and then he lifted it up like a mountain towards the lava. In the distance a middle-aged man looked up and saw this scene. He was speechless but he also felt envious. Back when they had been cultivating, they had had to think of ways to obtain any resources they needed. Even if they had the backing of a powerful family, it was still too insignificant, so how could they use the resources as they pleased? If I had this much star essence back then, I would have been able to break through to the Enlighter realm faster by at least 20 years, the middle-aged man muttered to himself. He then took a picture of the scene and sent it to Long Tian. Long Tian didn't care what Lu Yin did, and he could even allow Lu Yin to take some of the star essence with him. These resources weren't worth his attention, but it wasn't his style to do good deeds without leaving a name behind. Thus he had someone send a picture of the scene to Long Shi. Long Shi was currently enduring extreme pain. She was trying to break through just like Long Ding had been. At this moment she finally understood what it meant to be worse than death, and she immediately thought of Lu Yin. She hadn't expected that he would be able to endure such pain, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This husband of hers was still passable. At this moment the Cloud Pass stone vibrated and an image was sent over. Long Shi took a look at it and her expression turned ugly. She immediately closed the Cloud Pass stone, so angry that she forgot about the pain. This was too embarrassing. She had already told him that the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet were marked and couldn't be taken away, but he had still taken so much. Someone had even taken a picture of it and sent it to her. There was a rumble and Lu Yin tossed the mountain-like star essence into the dark red lava. The star essence visibly liquefied and then evaporated, turning into gas that filled the ground. Lu Yin leaped down and did it again. More and more people gathered in Ancestral Gazing Tower, and most of them were just there to watch the show. Of course, there were also some who wanted to attract the junior progenitor's attention and deliberately provoked a fight, but it was useless. On this day the people from the Sword Steel Lu clan arrived. It was Lu Hao and Lu Tianmu. When she saw Lu Hao appear, Yuchen immediately walked over with a smile. "Brother Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Hao was stunned. Xia Tai Li's voice rang out. "Hey, how shameless. Big brother Lu has already decided to help my big brother. What does this have to do with your cold immortal sect?" Yuchen smiled and said, "The journey to the world of rulers is related to the opportunity of origin, and the opportunity of origin is related to whether or not one can become an ancestor. If you travel with the cold immortal sect, your chances of obtaining an origin item are much higher than if you travel with other people. Brother Lu, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the Lu clan. The Lu clan needs strong cultivators." Xia Tai Li was infuriated. "The frigid immortal sect can obtain the origin item? We are all part of the four sides of the scale, but do you have more legs than us?" Yuchen smiled and did not reply. Instead she looked at Lu Hao. She had already said what she needed to say. The rest was up to Lu Hao. Lu Hao said in a low voice, "A person must be trustworthy. Since you've made a promise to the divine martial heaven, you can't go back on your word." Yuchen shook her head. "The opportunity of reaching the ancestor realm is far more important than a temporary reward. If I lie to myself, how can I become an ancestor?" Lu Hao said indifferently. He looked at Xia Tai Li and said, "Let's go." Xia Tai Li was very pleased with himself. He raised his head and walked towards the divine martial junior planet. Yuchen did not get angry. Instead she continued to smile. No one could tell what she was thinking. When Lu Hao appeared, he became the center of attention. The Sword Steel's Lu clan was not as powerful as the four sides of the scale, but it was second only to them. Over the years, they had obtained many ancient battle techniques from the Sword Steel, and their foundation was unfathomable. Lu Hao had also fought fiercely with the four young ancestors during the Origin Wheel sacrificial ceremony. If he had not lacked the resources to break through the 3 stages, he would not have been much weaker than the 4 young ancestors. This was why Yuchen wanted to try again, even though she had been rejected. If Lu Hao was willing to help by Xiaohong, they would rather exclude anyone else. The more dazzling Lu Hao was, the more he could overshadow Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu had followed Lu Hao here, and from beginning to end, everyone's attention had been focused on Lu Hao. Few people had seen Lu Tianmu walk towards the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet, and even Yuchen had inadvertently overlooked him. Lu Tianmu's expression was calm, and he was neither happy nor sad as he walked towards the depths of the bridge. Long Shi was not guarding the bridge. Instead, an enlighter from the young ancestor planet had taken her place, and he was standing guard at the end of the bridge. The White Dragon tribe no longer needed to rope in anyone else. Aside from Long Shi, Wen Shishir, Nong Lai, and another expert from the same generation who had just broken through to the Enlighter realm, Dragon Quarry and Lu Yin, all Long Tian needed to do was choose one of them, as Wen Shishir would definitely go. Nong Lai was the most likely candidate. Dragon Quarry was from the same clan and Long Tian wanted him to follow. At the very least he was trustworthy. Long Tian had not thought about any other experts from the outside world until Lu Tianmu appeared. When he saw the might of Lu Tianmu's sword, Long Tian was stunned. He immediately stepped forward to meet Lu Tianmu. "You're from the Sword Steel's Lu family?" Long Tian asked. Lu Tianmu's personality was cold. "Yes. Why haven't I heard of you before?" Long Tian asked. Lu Tianmu calmly replied, "I'm from a branch family. I obtained the Sword Steel's inheritance, which is why I have such strength." No wonder. Long Tian finally understood. Before the Sword Steel's inheritance, this woman must have been an ordinary cultivator. However, the Sword Steel's inheritance of an ancient battle technique had allowed her to become a top-tier expert. In his opinion, even if she was not Lu Hao's opponent, she could still rank within the top 3 of the Lu family's peers. "You should cultivate first. There are countless resources here, so just let me know if you need anything," Long Tian said politely. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, as the Lu family's people represented not only their strength, but also their family's attitude. Lu Hao had gone to Shenwu Plain because he had a good relationship with Xia Shenfei, but Lu Tianmu had chosen the White Dragon clan without any personal feelings. Did this mean that the Lu family was more inclined towards the White Dragon clan? As the young ancestor of the White Dragon clan, Long Tian had to consider this. If that was the case, then the selection for this trip to the ruler's realm would be difficult, as Nong Lai also represented the Lu family. But at the same time, Long Tian also discovered a depressing problem. Whether it was Nong Lai or Lu Tianmu, they couldn't represent the Nong family and the Lu family as the strongest of their generation. Neither of them helped him, which was quite depressing. There were tens of thousands of secret rooms built on the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet for people to cultivate in. Lu Tianmu, Nong Lai, and the others were all in one of those rooms. Lu Yin cultivated for more than 10 days before using the Heaven Fire Stone to absorb lava. He then rolled his die to enter the time-stop space and raised his cultivation to the 18th cycle of the Hunter Realm. He was only 1 cycle away from the peak of the Hunter Realm. He contacted Long Tian again. "I've broken through to the 18th cycle." Long Tian was not surprised, as this progress was normal, but it also meant that this person did not have much star energy left. When he thought of this, Long Tian's expectations of Lu Yin gradually disappeared. So what if Lu Yin had broken through to the next level? Long Tian was looking at ultimate strength, not luck. "Come and see me." Lu Yin was displeased. What kind of attitude was that? Even though he was displeased, he had no choice but to lower his head. Lu Yin cursed inwardly, but his face remained expressionless as he walked over to Long Tian's location. At the center of the planet there was a statue of himself. When he saw the giant statue, Lu Yin was stunned. How narcissistic was this guy? He had actually built a statue of himself on the planet. How disgusting. Long Tian stood beneath his own statue, and when he saw Lu Yin arrive, his expression remained calm. Lu Yin pursed his lips and walked over. "A few more people are coming. Aside from Long Shi and Wen Shishir, the other 2 will be chosen from among you," Long Tian said. Lu Yin nodded. Based on this guy's attitude, his chances of being chosen were not high. The newcomers were definitely not simple, or else they would not have excluded someone who had just broken through to the next level. He had to think of something. After a while, a man arrived. Lu Yin looked over and saw that this person was unfamiliar, but he was dressed in the White Dragon clan's unique clothing. It was obvious that they were from the same clan. The man walked over to Long Tian and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, junior ancestor." Long Tian grunted and looked at the man with a gentle gaze. To be able to break through to the Enlighter realm at this time, Dragon Quarry. Dragon Quarry's expression was fervent. To be able to work for junior ancestor, even if I have to die 10,000 times, it would be my honor. Long Tian smiled in satisfaction. "I know your intentions. Wait on the side for now." Dragon Quarry bowed again and looked up. When he saw Lu Yin, he did not react at all. He took a few steps forward until he was about 10 meters away from Lu Yin and did not move again. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Although he did not know who this person was, the fact that he had bowed to Long Tian meant that his position in the clan was not high. Perhaps he was not from the main bloodline, but for someone who was not from the main bloodline to not react at all when he saw Lu Yin, the son-in-law of the main bloodline. An Enlighter? To be able to become an Enlighter at such a young age was not bad. The 5th and 6th mainlands only had a few Enlighters combined, but the White Dragon clan had 3. Not long after Dragon Quarry arrived, Nong Lai arrived. He was still dressed in the same attire, but he looked unconventional and plain. When Nong Lai arrived, Long Tian's attitude was completely different. He smiled happily. "Brother Lai, thank you for coming to help me." Nong Lai was very enthusiastic. "Brother Long Tian, you're treating me like an outsider. My Nong family has always had a good relationship with the White Dragon clan, so it's only right that we help you. If it weren't for my sister's good relationship with that woman, Wang Su, she would be the one here instead of me." Long Tian laughed. "It doesn't matter if it's you or San Yang. It's all the same." Nong Lai exchanged a few more polite words with Long Tian before he looked at Lu Yin and became even more enthusiastic. "Brother Long Qi, long time no see." Lu Yin smiled. "Brother Lai, I didn't expect you to come.